close till I get up. Time is barely on our side. I don't wanna waste what's left. The storms we chase are leading us, and love is all we'll ever trust. Yeah, no, I don't wanna waste what's left. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, till my shadow turns to sun rays. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, and on we'll No, I don't want no rest. Echoing around these walls, fighting to create a song. I don't wanna miss a beat. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, till my shadow turns to sun rays. And on we'll go,
Welcome here to a beautiful summer's day here in the north of Italy. This is round one of the 2024 WSK Euro Series here at the relatively new FRANCIACORTA circuit. Great to have your company here this morning. You can see the sky is blue, the sun is shining, and we are ready to race for the first of our 11 pre-finals this morning. 245 drivers from 48 nations around the world here at this very fast 1.3 kilometre circuit. Not too far from the fashion capital of Europe, from Milan, and about 2 hours drive to the west of Venice in the north of Italy. The FRANCIACORTA circuit, 1.3 kilometres is one lap. Incredibly fast, one of the fastest circuits in Europe, and we are in for some spectacular racing here today. Great to have your company. This is round one of the WSK Euro Series, the championship which dates back to 2010 and includes such great names as Nick de Vries, Paolo De Conto, Max Verstappen, Marco Ardigo, Lorenzo Travisanuto, to name just a few of our former champions. And this year we will name we will have more champions named in the 6 different categories. We will add to this. 2 rounds is the series for 2024. Here this weekend at FRANCIACORTA and at Sano, the all-new 1.7 kilometre redesigned, remodeled Sano circuit. That is on the 29th day of September. The cart's out onto the circuit. We'll bring you the highlights of what has been a great week of racing here so far. But firstly, take a look at the grid. It is Niccolò Pettigol, the 3-time WSK champion, on pole. Moscardi, LDP and Sen Lindemann. Iannone, Javi Lazzaru for SM Racing. Nachuati on debut is Liam, the American. Schuo, Rocco Simone and Elton Head Fours, who's been in great form this week. Li Lingan, Platon Kovtunenko, Ava Lawrence, the Australian from the Emirates, Enzo Stambo, Benjamin Piscopo, Shiloh, another Ukrainian, Drugo, Adlen from Romania. Had a great run so far this week, Nicholas, Sulika, Iliopoulos, Salas, Lewis Boots in the Falcon Cart, and Vladimir Rabenčić from Romania on the final roll of the grid. Down the back straight, Niccolò Pettigol on pole position, 5:01. Moscardi, now a team driver, to the outside front row of the grid. This is Mini Under 10, pre-final A. Pettigol leads them up to the line. Il Bergamasco on pole position. We race for the first time today. Di Pietrantonio slots into second place, does LDP. A clean start for the first of our 11 pre-finals. Over 10 laps here this morning. Pettigol, the 3-time WSK champion, has got the race lead. The Energy Corsa carts 1 and 3. The baby race drivers 2 and 4, trying to go through to the lead. Super Lolo Bros down the inside. Nice pass in the early stages of the race. Lorenzo Di Pietrantonio goes through, takes his countryman, and has the race lead. Pettigol back to second. We're looking for Javi Lazzaru for the SM Racing team. The Portuguese driver who's been in great form this weekend, trying to take the fight after the baby racing team drivers here this weekend. Great start from Ava Lawrence. She's ahead of Sen Lindemann, who's dropped back to 9. Ava's into 8. Behind David Moscardi, who started on the outside front row of the grid. Not the best start for Lazzaru. He's back into position 11. So it's Di Pietrantonio from Pettigol. Iannone, the Italians, 1, 2 and 3. The Energy Corsa carts. Iannone for the Spino Project Racing team in third place. Team Baby Race. They lead with Di Pietrantonio. Mason Robertson taking pole position. Fastest qualifier on Friday with a 53.565. He'll be racing in pre-final B. The Scotsman, quickest 48 hours ago, over 1 lap. At the moment, Di Pietrantonio across the line at 102 k's an hour, being shadowed by Pericol. Iannone just a little bit further back, 0.6 of a second in fact. Lewis Boots with a 54.296, quickest on track in the Falcon kart at this early stage of the race. He's the Belgian, just ahead of Enzo Stambo, the American. To the front two have pulled away, that is Iannone. Back in third place, Moscardi trying to recover. Started on the outside front row of the grid, back to P9. Off the start, he's ahead of Rocco Simone. Ava Lawrence, she's up into 7th on debut in WSK. Sen Lindemann just in that battle. The Dutchman 5.78 in the barrel art. Pericol pushing Di Pietrantonio. Ava into 7 behind Rocco, the Canadian. Head of Liam Nachawati, the Texan, on debut in WSK. Javi Lazaro back in 10th place. 11th, he's just been passed by Kovtunenko and Benjamin Piscopo. Elton Head 4's next in 13. Elton's one to watch out for. Has been in great form this week in the top 6 consistently. Has dropped down a couple of positions though. Elton ahead of Enzo. As you watch it, look at Lorenzo heading Nicolo Pericol down into the hotel hairpin. Nicolo Pericol, who started 2024, the 19th season of WSK Promotion World Competition with victory in the WSK Champions Cup on the 21st of January. He won the Supermaster Series. He won the Open Series recently at La Conca Muro Lucchese. Last year's champion, Daniel Miro Lorente, winning the title 12 months ago from Alexander Legenki. They're both racing in the 60-minute Group 3 category later on this morning. Pericol, you know the Italian Il Lombardino is just waiting to attack. Skates into the hotel hairpin. Half race distance in mini pre-final A for mini under 10. An incident in the background at the hotel hairpin. You can see the yellow flag is flying. We'll pick up who that's involved. It's Elton Head 4s and Enzo Stambo who've come together. Elton and Enzo, the Swede of the American, coming together at the hotel hairpin. It's a local yellow only for the moment. They've managed to rejoin and come across the line. Elton, Head 4's in 18th place. Enzo Stambo, the American, 2 positions behind in 20th. They have got going again, but they've fallen right down to the bottom of the field as Di Pietrantonio still continues to lead. The gap just a 10th of a second. You can see Pericol is pushing Di Pietrantonio. Super Lolo Brass from Il Lombardino. The gap out to 2 seconds now to Moscardi, who's fought back to 3rd place ahead of Andrea Iannone for the Spino Project racing team. Lingana, Rocco Simone, Liam Nachawati. Now the top American in P7 ahead of Javi Lazaro. Ava Lawrence, P9. Benjamin Piscopo. The Maltese driver rounds out the 10. Enzo Stambo has continued on. He's down in 20th place, but under investigation. Sen Lindemann, I can tell you, unfortunately, is out. Pericol, down the inside. Nice pass. He's gone through to take the lead. Two laps now remaining. Three-time WSK champion Nicola Pettigol, the second generation racer, already starting to pull away. He's put one kart length just between himself and his countrymen. Now they close up as they go to the highest part of this ferociously fast short front circuit. FRANCIACORTA, 1.3 kilometres is one lap. Top speed across the line of over 100 kilometres an hour for these mini under 10 drivers. Di Pietro Antonio closes up. You can see the track is 10 metres wide. These mini karts, not even close. To defend over 7/8 of a mile, 1.3 kilometres. As they flash across the line at 102 k's an hour, you can see Di Pietro Antonio on the outside, almost undefendable, but Pettigol's done it for the moment. We are on lap 9 of 10. The first of our 11 pre-finals. This is round 1 of the WSK Euro Series for 2024. Pulls away at the top of the hill. Energy Corsa versus Team Baby Race. Team driver took the title last year with DML. You can see that group in the background. Moscata, the Yanone, Li Lingan from China. They're starting to fight. Rocco Simone just behind the two North Americans. Liam Nachawati from the United States behind the Canadian, ahead of the two Ukrainians, Shiloh and Platankov-Tunenko. This is the last lap. Di Pietro Antonio shoots around the outside. Pettigol holds him off for the moment. The attack is imminent. Down the inside into turn 5. What a pass by Super Lolo. Goes in deep though. Did briefly go through to P1. Has to be careful because Moscardi is coming. He has his own problem in the form of Andrea Iannoni for the Spino Project racing team. Last lap of the race though. Pettigol on his way to victory in the first of our 11 pre-finals here this morning. Moscardi having to defend from Iannone, Li Lingan and also Rocco Simone into the hotel hairpin. And that checkered flag is about to wave for the first time today. Il Lombardino, il Bergamaschino. Pettigol takes the victory. Nachawati crosses the line from Kovtunenko. Shiloh Piscopo. There's Xavi Lazaro, who just holds off Ava Lawrence. Sulika, Drugo, Iliopoulos, Salas. There's Elton ahead of Lewis, Ardelen and Vladimir Robenchuic. The Romanian on debut in WSK World Competition will be the final finisher. Vladimir is just going down through the hotel hairpin now. Was caught up in an incident earlier on which eliminated Sen Lindemann and Enzo Stambol. The Romanian crosses the line to finish in position 20. So the Italians 1, 2, 3 and 4. But the different teams there. Energy Course from Baby Race, team driver, the Spino Project racing team. And then Li Lingan from the People's Republic of China in the Vortex Power Tony Kart. Rocco Simone, great debut in WSK for Liam. Head of Platon Kovtunenko, Shiloh Piscopo in P10. Xavi Lazaro ahead of Ava Lawrence. She was running 7th in the early stages. Sulika, Drugo, Iliopoulos, Salas. After that incident, Elton head for 17. Lewis Boots, Ardelen and Vladimir, the final finisher. Enzo, Sen were out, as was Shuo Ting. Underway with the first of our pre-finals here this morning. Nicola Pettigol takes victory in pre-final A for 60 mini under 10. A warm day here today, 29 degrees Celsius. Threat of thunderstorm last night. We had a couple of drops of rain fall during the final OK heat yesterday. Rain tyres were not necessary. The track dried within a few moments of the downpour, and it was barely a downpour at that. Just a few drops of rain on a very humid, warm circuit last night. 29 degrees Celsius. We're expecting another 3 or 4 more than that today. The chance of rain is minimal. It is a warm day. It is summertime. We think back to the WSK Champions Cup on a freezing cold day, the 21st day of January 2024, to start the 19th season of WSK Promotion World Competition. Beautiful conditions, beautiful blue sunshine here at the FRANCIACORTA circuit. Just about half an hour's drive from Milan. Not too far from South Garda karting, where we did start the season. It's only about 40 minutes drive from here. The relatively new FRANCIACORTA circuit, built in 2020, hosting the Rock Cup International Final as a precursor to becoming the 22nd circuit the WSK Promotion has ever raced at. You can see the recovery vehicle in the background going out onto the circuit to pick up the stranded karts of Enzo Stambo, Sen Lindemann, who did not finish pre-final A. Pre-final B in just a moment. Leon Shelidze from Georgia will start from pole position. What an upset a couple of nights ago, when the small former Soviet nation of Georgia, with a population of just 3.5 million people, defeated Cristiano Ronaldo's Portugal 2-0 in Euro 2024. Well, Leon Shelidze, for team driver, he is from Georgia, and he starts from pole position in just a moment. The pre-final B for 60 Mini under 10, alongside Mason Robertson. Antonio Yanni in the Kali kart, the Polish-Italian Stepan Mazepin out of grid 4 for the SM Racing team. Ari Kallenberg, the British-German from the Emirates, on debut in WSK, starting out at grid 5, alongside DDF, Davide Di Filippo, the Roman. Gianno Pujol from the south of France, JK from WA, Jake Kostecki, the West Australian. His older brother Jake here at the circuit. Of course, his cousin Brody winning last year's Australian V8 Supercars Championship. JK in the 577, now running for the Energy Corsa team. Mark Lumetz, also for Mick Panigada's Bergamasco team, Energy Corsa, team manager Simone Sorio. Together with Luigina, they've done a superb job. They've got drivers littered throughout the top 10. Mark Lumetz out of 9. Kaan Tuzuna from Turkey for Team Baby Race. Pre-final B for 60 Mini under 10 in just a moment. This is the WSK Euro Series for 2024. 2 rounds here this weekend at FRANCIACORTA, and on the 29th of September at Sano, Circuito Internazionale Napoli, which has been recently resurfaced and extended up to a massive 1 mile in length. In fact, it's more than 1 mile. 1,670 metres is the Sano circuit now, which also hosts the Rotax Max Grand Finals at the end of October 2024. And the second round of the WSK Euro Series at the end of September. We'll take a look at the grid as the karts come out onto the circuit for pre-final B for 60 Mini under 10. Leon from Georgia on pole position. Mason, the fastest qualifier out of 2. Yanni, Mazepin, Kallenberg and DDF. Gianno and JK. Mark Lumetz and Kaan Tuzuna from Turkey out of 10. David Acton, Victor Gorun, the Polish and the Romanians on the 6th row of the grid. Then the second Romanian, Robert Pulbeaj on Han. Zajic, Andreas Papagiorgio, Pedro Campos, Leo Kralev, Pasquale, and Hayato Shimoyama. Sherban, Vitsiccio, Gonzalez on the final row of the grid. Unfortunately, Master Waraki Tsupachok is out of the weekend. Leon Shelidze in the center of your screen, the team driver from Georgia, 549 on pole position. That's Mason for Team Baby Race to the right of your screen. Mazepin right behind Mason. Pre-final B for 60 Mini under 10. We race. Great start from Antonio Yanni from the inside second row of the grid. Goes up into second place as two carts spin at the back of the pack. Mazepin's off the road. The Russian goes rallycross. From the outside second row of the grid, stepping into the grass, will recover it. It was Victor Godun and Leo Kralev who were out before the second corner. They do recover, but they're a long way down the field. Mazepin also from the second row of the grid has fallen back to near on last as Leon Chalitze leads the way. Mason back into P3. A disastrous start for Mazepin. You can see him at the back of the pack. He's got the speed though, and he's got 10 laps to make up positions. It's the Georgian in P1 from the Polish Italian and the Scotsman from Barcelona who took pole position in time qualifying on Friday. Mason Robertson for Team Baby Race in third place. Lumets, Pujol, JK, the West Aussie up into P6. Head of Ari Kallenberg. John Hahn, DDF, the Roman back to 9. The front trio have pulled away. Chalitze, Leon from Antonio. Robertson just sits there, the third generation racer. There's the two energy carts going through. Lumets, 502, Kostecki, 577. Back to Di Filippo in the background, who's being attacked. Robertson has a look at Yanni. They've got time though, as they complete the second of 10 laps. We'll keep one eye on Mazepin, who did fall back into 19th positions. He's already made up a couple of positions in the SM Racing Gillard. Just behind Andreas Papageorgiou now. Chalitze, Yanni, Robertson, Lumets and Pujol. Lumets with a 54.640. Quickest on circuit. Good start from Robert Poulbert, the Romanian, up into 9 behind Ari Kallenberg, who's been racing in the United Arab Emirates Championship for the past couple of seasons where he lives. The British German, now with Team Baby Race. Ari Kallenberg, 5.43, ahead of Poulbert and Gonzalez as well. Yanni down the inside. Mason follows him through. Leon back to third. Looks back over his shoulder. Lumets, the fastest on circuit, is coming. Mark Lumets, the Estonian. Just got a glimpse in the background. Mazepin now up into P16. He goes by Han. Zajic, Shimoyama from Japan behind Andreas Papageorgiou. Almost half race distance, and it's the Carly cart that leads the way. Mason in second place, fastest qualifier. Trying to take the lead down into the hairpin, pulls out. 14 Baby Race, nicely done. Chalitze follows him on through. Mason, whose father Stuart, now working for the FIA, still holds a number of lap records in Formula Ford back in the United Kingdom, watching on his boy who's got the lead, but he leaves the door open. Robertson from the lead back into third place. Lumets, Pujol, and then JK from WA. It's the West Australian pointing to the Frenchman. We take a look at the move down into the hotel hairpin just a few moments ago. Got the slipstream from the Carly Kart driver. Leon followed him on through. Led for about 200 metres, left the door open. Uphill into turn 2. Robertson back to 3. The leading trio, it's now a fight for 6th. Kostecki behind Pujol, Lumets. Then Robertson, Yanni down the inside. Mason, magnificent. He just sent it, looks back over his right shoulder. There's Pujol. Jano, de le Sud de la France, the southern Frenchman. Pujol in 5.05, in position 5. Di Filippo's in 7th place ahead of Kallenberg. Gonzalez and Lopez. Pedro Campos from Brazil in P10. Yanni pushing the back of the team driver. Leon from Georgia. Mason back in front, leaves the door open again. For the second time in this race, he's got the speed. But as we alluded to in pre-final A, the track is 10 metres wide. The rear track on these karts is 1/10 of that, or slightly more. And he leaves the door open, and now Mason's in trouble. From the lead, back to second, to third, to fourth, to fifth. He's back to sixth place. Loses 6 positions in one corner. Robertson around the outside. Kostecki back into P5. JK leads the Scotsman. The Energy Corsa kart down the inside. There is Yanni. Robertson, he lost 6 karts in one corner, but he makes up 3 with that move. Yanni. Antonio, the Polish-Italian, back to fourth. He was the race leader. Fabulous racing in pre-final B. 60 mini under 10 as Mark Lumets goes sideways. The Estonian from the Georgian. The Scotsman back to third. And it's the Polish-Italian, the Frenchman, and the West Australian in sixth. Skates under brakes as Pujol. Kostecki around the outside. Staring at the Frenchman, gets a tap from the Kali kart driver. We start lap 8 of 10. Lumets in the lead for the Energy Corsa team. Clean racing will give these drivers some credit. Still the 21 drivers still in the race. The only retirement so far is Leo Kralev from Bulgaria. The Zenki Motorsport driver is out. As Lumets down into the hotel hairpin. There's Pujol on the inside of Kostecki for P5. They come together! Oh no, Pujol and Kostecki come together at the hotel hairpin. They were fighting for position 5. They've fallen way down the order. Kallenberg up into 5th place. Campos from Brazil. Campos from grid 17. Now into 6th from Lopez, Tazuna, Pasquale, Andreas Papagiorgio, Di Filippo, Mazepin, Acton, Kostecki 14. Jano Pujol in 19th. There's Yanni in P4. The Kali kart driver. It was a clean race up until that point. Jano Pujol down in 19th position. Lumets with the lead. We're about to start the last lap of the race. And the Estonian, there is the last lap board to the left of your screen, has got the race lead. Robertson back in second. This time he doesn't leave the door open, but he gets pushed by Leon. That incident, Pujol and Kostecki, I can tell you that Jay is under investigation. Robertson on the outside, the fastest qualifier, has already stood on the podium in WSK competition. This is round 1 of the WSK Euro Series. You can see we've lost a couple of drivers at the top of the hill, Pujol and Victor Gurun and Shimoyama as well. Into the hotel hairpin, doesn't defend, looks left over his shoulder, staring at the Scotsman. Puts the kart in the middle of the circuit, nicely done. Lumets wins. Mark Lumets out of the final corner. Oh, does he? Oh, I speak too soon across the line. No, Mark takes the victory. Oh, how close was that? 0.02 of a second. Robertson second from Leon. Then it was Yanni, Kallenberg, Campos, Pasquale. There is Pujol coming across the line now, does recover for 19th. Victor Gurun in 20th position for the Real Racing team. Shimoyama, Kralev, the non-finishers. The highlights of pre-final B for mini under 10 from pole position. Leon the Georgian led the Polish-Italian Antonio Yanni as Mazepin was in the grass. Yanni with the time in the lead before Robertson took him with his nice pass down into the hotel hairpin. Leon Shevitze going on through. And it was a 6-kart fight for the lead of pre-final B. Robertson back into second place, but it was Mark Lumetz who took the victory from the fastest qualifier by just a couple of centimetres. Lumetz with the victory from Robertson. Leon ahead of Yanni. Kallenberg, what about Ari into P5 from Pedro Campos, Pasquale Tutsuna, Lopez, Andreas Papagiorgio, the Greek for the Monster K Factory team in P10. We'll take a very short break here. You are watching us live on WSK.IT. Round 1 of the WSK Euro Series. Mini Group 3 pre-final A live from Franciacorta in just a moment. Back here at Franciacorta, Mini Group 3 pre-final A to come out onto the circuit. Joele Girardello will start on pole position alongside last year's Mini Under 10 champion, Daniel Miron Lorente. Before we race, let's check out some of the highlights in Mini Group 3 from this week here at Franciacorta. Last year it was Bogdan Cosma-Christopher who won the WSK Euro Series from William Collegia and Devon Waltz, the Romanian from the Australian and the American. Well, this year all those three drivers are racing here in the Euro Series, but in OK Junior. So in a few moments, we'll have the first of our pre-finals for Mini Group 3, and this year we will crown a new champion, a new WSK Euro Series champion in 60 Mini Group 3, the original Mini category. Girardello, Joele. GG has been in great form. He's worked his way into the lead. Has steered clear of the trouble. There's been quite a bit, as you saw in the highlights just a few moments ago. Daniel Miron Lorente. Well, he won last year's WSK Euro Series in the Mini Under 10 category. He starts out of Grid 2. Leo Gorski out of Grid 3 alongside Alessandro Truschel. This is the grid as the carts come onto the circuit. Legenki, WSK Champions Cup champion from last year. Ott Shepard, Julian Frasnelli, Wei-Fei Xiao, Achille Ria, who won here in the Supermaster Series a year ago. Kolovos out of 10. Stigson, Kumpen, Colucci, Nani, Mutsalon, Seva Osachi, Shushlovsky, Sebastian Rydell, Norbert Plaszczewski, Yubo Wen, and Giorgio Butsas out of grid 20. David Kovac, after a big incident yesterday, the Slovakian back on track. Lines up on grid 21 for the Skylux karting team. Girardello, it's Joelle on pole position. Pre-final 8 for 60 Mini Group 3. We race. Trucho darts out from the inside, but loses a couple of positions. Girardello, Joelle, has got the lead from Leo Górski. The pole behind the Italian, staring over his shoulder. Back to Legenki and Daniel Miron Lorente, the team drivers. In 3 and 4, the pole for the Tony Kart Racing team. Multiple WSK winner is Leo Górski. In the Vortex-powered green machine, he's in second on the back of Girardello. Joelle has got the race lead, leaves the door open. Górski thinks about it, but holds off for the moment. Down the back straight for the first time, a clean start for pre-final A for 60 Mini Group 3. Move up the inside, DML sends it. Nicely done from the Dutch Spaniard. The team driver goes through and takes 2 in one corner. Fabulous pass. His teammate Legenki back into 3rd place. Back into 4th place because Alessandro Trucho, the French-American for Team Baby Race, goes on through to 3rd. Joelle's back to 5. Frasnelli, Ochepa, Stigson, Shia, Ria, Kumpen up into 11. Head of Kolovas, Colucci, Plaszczewski. 21 drivers and 21 still in the race. A clean start. Górski back to 4. The pole loses a position. Team driver go 1-2. Miron Lorente and Legenki. It's the Ukrainian now. Alexander in 5.88 has got the race lead. His teammate was in 2nd place, but last year's WSK Euro Series Mini Under-10 champion has been now pushed back. In fact, sorry, it's Miron Lorente in the lead. It's last year's WSK Champions Cup champion, the Ukrainian Legenki, who's been pushed back to 4th place. Fighting there with the pole sitter, Joelle. Frasnelli in great form this weekend is Julian. He's the 2nd Italian behind the Ukrainian, the Pole Górski. The French-American Trucho, but it's the Dutchman from Costa Blanca in Spain, DML, who leads the way. Henri Kumpen in the background. There is the Belgian, the 3rd generation racer, making his way up through to Kleine Kumpen, now up into P8. Out of the hotel hairpin as the temperature here at FRANCIACORTA rises above 32 degrees Celsius. The sun is shining, the track is gripped up here at FRANCIACORTA, round 1 of the WSK Euro Series. Miron Lorente for the Venetian team driver has got the race lead. Former Scusa champion Trucho jumps out of the seat just behind as Alessandro. Górski back in P3, then it's Legenki. Clean start for pre-final A here for 60 Mini Group 3. In our introduction, just alluding to the former champion, Bogdan Cosmo Christopher, now racing an OK Junior. Well, he won the title last year, 14 driver, and now they're in position 1 for Daniel Miron Lorente, who won the WSK Final Cup at the end of November 2023 at this very circuit. Knows it well. Flashes across the line at 103 k's an hour. Likewise for Trucho. Half race distance now. Watching Leo Górski, the British base pole for the Tony Kart Racing team. He's just watching this battle. Remember, he's powered by Vortex. Both Trucho and Miron Lorente with IAMI 60cc mini engines. Legenki, Girardello, Frasnelli, Stigson has just been passed by Kumpen. There is the Belgian, Coming down the back straight, declining Cooper now up into 7. Chepa, Anthony in the background. And the LKE powered Lenzo Kart 563 is in P9 from Qui Feixier. Down into turn 5 as we go into the second half of pre-final A, the 60 Mini Group 3. We have lost the Greek driver Kolovos Janos. The Team Baby race is out. You can see Crucial, this is his last year racing in 60 Mini before going to OK Junior. Jumping out of the seat, he wants more power. Goes in very deep under brakes. Again, he's jumping out of the Baby Race Paralin Opportunity Kart. Gurski in the Tony Kart, powered by Vortex. That was Kumpen, Stixon, Chepa, Zhe, Colucci, Ria Plaszewski across the line. Down into turn 5 on lap 7 of 10. Kolovos, the sole retirement for the moment. The gap just a 1/10 of a second. You can see it's barely a kart length. It's not even. Closes up. The slipstream still does work even in these 60 mini karts when they're pushing just over 100 kilometers an hour as they cross the line, which they do right now. We start lap 8. 3 remaining. Pre-final 8 to set the grid for the final this afternoon. Round 1 of the WSK Euro Series. Here at FRANCIACORTA, the sun is shining here in the north of Italy. It is summertime finally in the 19th season of WSK Promotion World Competition. Next year, the 20th anniversary season of WSK Promotion World Racing. The WSK Euro Series, which dates back to 2010. We didn't even have a 60 Mini when we raced the first championship. KF3, KF Junior as it was won by none other than the Dutchman Max. Ignacio D'Agosto winning in KF2. As we see 3 wide for second place, Trusho, Gurski and Legenki. The original champions, Ignacio Aman Confers winning Super KF. Jonathan Tonon, who's here at the circuit, he won KZ1. And Paolo Toconto for the Energy Corsa team. They were the original WSK Euro Series champions back 14 years ago. Gurski down the inside. And the pole goes on through to take the lead. That was a nice pass. Down into turn 5. LG P1 for the Tony Kart Racing team. Down into turn 5, lined him up, did not break until he'd made the pass. He's already been passed back to second place though. Trusho with the race lead. That sentence is made redundant before I finish it because Gurski from the lead, back to second, back in the lead again. Trusho off the road. This is the last lap. The pole in P1, steering over his shoulder. Back to the Ukrainian. Miror Lorente, watch Trusho try and round up Duele. Frasnelli in the background as well. Last lap, Gurski down into turn 5, white lines it. Trusho's going to get 3 drivers in one corner here. Frasnelli, what a move around the outside. Unbelievable pass from Julian. From position 6 almost into the lead. He's back to 3. Gurski's back to 4. Sensational passes. Leo is into the grass. The green machine into the green stuff on the last lap of the race. It is getting messy in the dying stages down into the hotel hairpin. Again, it's still Team Driver versus Team Baby race. They emerge out of the hidden hotel hairpin. That checkered flag waves. DML takes victory. Trusho second, Frasnelli with an unbelievable move. From 6th place around the outside, almost took the lead. Miron Lorente, last year's mini Euro Series champion and the final cup champion as well, takes the victory in the end over Alessandro Truchol. Julian Frasnelli, que bravo. Third place with an outstanding race. Górski does recover. He was off the grass, or on the grass, in the dying stages. We'll take a look at the highlights. Joele Girardello started from pole position, ultimately would finish in 6th place. Górski just waiting behind Daniel Miron Lorente and Truchol for much of the race. Matthias Dixon actually coming home in P5 at the end of the race. That's Matthias in the background as the team drivers. This was a nice pass by Leo Górski. Down into turn 5, just centered perfectly. Had the race lead from Truchol and the two team drivers of Miron Lorente, who would ultimately take the victory. Daniel Miron Lorente from Truchol, Frasnelli with a super drive to come home free from Górski's Dixon and the pole sitter Girardello, Alcepa, Legenki, the Kleine Kumpen, and Eduardo Colucci for the CMT Racing Team finishes in P10. Janos Kolovos, the sole retirement. As we move straight into pre-final B for 60 Mini Group 3. Just running a few minutes behind schedule due to the incidents this morning. Well, the recovery, in fact, it was in the morning warm-up. We're back on track now, though. Pre-final B for 60 Mini Group 3. You can hear the karts firing into life. The green flag flies. And the Mexican Santiago Diaz leads the karts. Leads the field out onto the circuit. Olisini out of grid 2. Albert Tam, Mini Kutzkov, that's Daniil. Out of grid 4, Nikita Botte. The Ukrainian from Costa Blanca in Spain, alongside Lucas Palacio from Washington, D.C. Leopardi Devalst, Garciace, and Alexander Lazarus, the Bulgarian, out of grid 10. Cosmopolis, JK, alongside another Mexican, Emiliano Hernandez, Evchi Martufi, Stan Ratashki, the WSK Open Series champion, Diascoli, Chasse, Mason Barun, Alessandro Vano, Lorenzo Villo, Portuguese driver for Team Gamoto, who's had a tough weekend so far, rounds out the field. So it is the Mexican, Santiago Diaz, 5-1-2 on pole position for Team Baby Race. Pre-final B for 60 Mini Group 3. Up to the line. We race. Sini from the outside front row of the grid. The Indonesian back into 5th, 6th place, in fact, as Nikita Botte in the Lenzo kart. Nice start from the Ukrainian. He gets a tap from the Tony kart behind. And it kicks off down into turn 5. Upside down and into the grass. Lazarus involved, as is Luigi Diascoli. Down into turn 5, an incident between the Bulgarian and the Italian. A local yellow only for the moment. The drivers are up and they are okay, I can tell you, as we continue racing green. Team Baby Race, they lead across the line for the first time. Santiago 5-1-2. Albert Tam, the Swiss driver, 5-11. Yenes Garciace. So the Mexicans first and third. There's Albert Tam up the inside. The Mexicans second and third. Second and fourth, in fact, because Nikita in the Lenzo kart. Well, he was briefly into third, and now he's back to 6th. Team Baby Race, first and second place. That incident with Luigi Diascoli, Alexander Lazarus, The drivers both out of the carts. We continue racing green. There is the cart of Luigi Diascoli to the left of your screen, abandoned. He's out, but he is okay. Cini up the inside goes the Indonesian. Albertan with the race lead. Sten Ratajski, the WSK Open Series champion. You may recall he won that title at La Conca Murolacese World Circuit just over a month ago, winning the championship from Trusho and Legenki. Well, Sten Ratajski from near on the back of the grid is now up into position 9. He's just gone by the American Lucas Palacio. Hernandez Emilio, one of multiple Mexicans in the field, along with Santiago Diaz and Juan Garfiache. There's 3 of them, in fact. Well, Santiago still in second place. Hernandez in 11th. Juan Garfiache up into P6. And Hernandez, just as I tell you that, in 11th, but under investigation. The baby race drivers from Switzerland and Mexico work together. Botte, Nikita in P3 from the Indonesian. Kutskov in P5. Daniel Kutskov, 5.53 for team driver, of course, younger brother of KK, Kirill Kutskov, the reigning OK world champion at his very circuit from last year, looking to join us in the forthcoming rounds of the Italian F4 Championship. Stay tuned for that. At the moment, Daniel in P6. Hernandez, I just told you, the Mexican under investigation. Whether you can change that to a 3-second penalty, it drops him down to 15th place behind Manuel Martufi. Just the 2 retirements, Alexander Latsidis and Luigi Diascoli on the first lap of the race. This is half race distance pre-final B for Mini Group 3. Garfiache going through behind Palacio and Jason Cosmopoulos. Head of Leopardi, Evci, Olivier from Canada on debut in WSK. Martufi, Vano, Lorenzo Villao, Mason Baroon, the final runner. We start lap 6, the second half of pre-final B for Mini Group 3. There's Nikita Botte, in great form is the Ukrainian. Now living in Benidorm, Costa Blanca in Spain for the Sicilian Lenzo kart team, powered by the LKE engine. He's in third place with the Indonesian right behind. Cini for the Tony Kart racing team. Back to Kutskov in 5. DeVos, Cosmopoulos, JK, the first Greek driver to stand on a WSK podium. Cosmopoulos in the CRG in 7th place. Cini up the inside to take Botte, nicely done. The Indonesian and the Ukrainian, they work together. Nikita looks back over his shoulder. It's a long way back to the Russian Daniel Kutskov. Almost 2 seconds, in fact, between the Lenzo kart and the team driver of Daniel. And now Cini, the Indonesian, in the Vortex-powered Tony kart on the back of the baby race duo who run 1-2. We lose Martufi and Evci. Ruska Evci, you saw the Turk in the background. That was his kart at the top of the screen. He's retired, he's out. Out of the hotel hairpin on this 1.3 kilometre Franciacorta circuit. Albertan from Switzerland, north of the border. Just a tenth of a second In fact, you can see it's just a few centimetres. Lucas Palacio in P8 is the American. And the fastest lap of the race, a 53.995. Lucas from Washington, D.C., where it all kicked off a couple of nights ago between DT and old mate Joe. Well, Lucas Palacio is riding his own headline. He is flying up through the field. Fastest on circuit is the American Lucas Palacio, the only driver under the 54-second bracket. That's him coming onto the straight now as the fight for the lead changes again. Cini back to second, now back into the lead. Two laps remaining. Cini with the race lead. The baby race duo, Santiago Diaz 5:12, Albert Tam 5:11. But it's the Tony Kart racing driver from Indonesia ahead of the Ukrainian. In second place, Oliver Cini, Nikita Botte. And back to Albert Tam, Santiago the Mexican, who started from pole position. Palacio goes by Cosmopolis. Lucas now into seventh. Stan Ratajski, the WSK Open Series champion, just behind in P9. Momchilo de Valst on debut in WSK competition. Momchilo in P6. Just ahead of the American Lucas Palacio. This is the last lap of the race. Ollie Cini for the Tony Kart racing team. It's the Vortex-powered Tony Kart P1. The LKE-powered Lenzo kart in second place. Albert Tam, the Iami-powered Paralin Opportunity in third. Three different manufacturers, kart and engine. 1, 2, 3. In the final lap of pre-final B for 60 Mini Group 3. Surely Cini won't lose it from here. Oliver down the back straight for the final time. It's been a great drive from Nikita Botte, who points ahead. He won't attack. He's happy with second place. Out of the hotel hairpin for the final time. And that checkered flag waves. And the driver from the equator, the Indonesian, wins. Oliver Cini, P1 in pre-final B. Nikita second. And Albert Tam in third place. We'll take a look at the highlights of pre-final B for Mini Group 3. It was Santiago Diaz from pole position. Ollie Cini, who would ultimately win, but off the start, off the outside front row of the grid, the Indonesian was back into fifth place behind Nikita Botte. As Albert Tam and Santiago Diaz drove away from the pack, but they were caught by the Lenzo and Tony Kart drivers. They raced intelligently. Cini going by Nikita, who didn't fight, followed him through, and they would both pass both of the baby race drivers. Cini with a nice move down into turn 5. Santiago still in second place. Briefly back into the lead, Watts Diaz, but then fell back to P5 where he'd finished just ahead of Jason Cosmopoulos. Oliver Cini for the Tony Kart racing team taking victory from Nikita Botte. Albert Tam from Switzerland, home in third place. So Cini from Indonesia, Botte from Ukraine, and Albert Tam from north of the border in Switzerland. 3 different nationalities and 3 different manufacturers in the top 3. Kutzkov, the poles hitter, Santiago Diaz. Cosmopoulos, the WSK Open champion, Stan Ratajski, finishing ahead of Leopardi. Vilo de Valst in P10 on debut in WSK. Vano, the second of the 3 Mexicans. Garciache, Barun, Lucas down in 14th. He was in 7th and closing. Evci does finish in 15th. Martuvi, the 3rd Mexican. Emiliano Hernandez with a 3-second penalty is the final finisher. OKN Junior pre-final A. It is 32 degrees Celsius here, round one of the WSK Euro Series on a beautiful sunny summer's day here at FRANCIACORTA. Back here at FRANCIACORTA, OKN Junior pre-final A in just a moment. Two groups for OKN Junior. Let's take a look at some of the highlights from this week in the all-new FIA category, OKN Junior. OKN Junior, the relatively new FIA class or category which raced for the World Cup at this very circuit 12 months ago. Great to see the numbers increasing. Two groups for OKN Junior. Pre-final A in just a moment. BVS back in form, and it's great to see the Dutchman. He was a front runner in 60 Mini a couple of seasons ago, has had a rough couple of years, but is back in front. He starts on pole position for pre-final A for OKNJ. 40 drivers in OKN Junior. Marginally less powerful, not much from the original kart category. Starting on the outside of the front row of the grid, Antonio Pizzonia, who took that emotional victory here in the WSK Supermaster Series at this very circuit earlier on in the year. Finishing third in the WSK Open Series to Pietro Baguti and Ilya Bereshkin. Pietro is on the grid in pre-final A as well, starting out of grid 7. The karts come onto the circuit, led by BVS. Billy van Staveren in the eerste positie. The boy from Brazil, Antonio Pizzonia, out of 2. Mazzola, Brilla, Luba Roykov, and Sebastian Escandari. Baguti, Nicolas Stanley, the American from Madrid in Spain, Sheng from Taiwan. And out of 10, Leonardo Dondi, who's been in great form this week. The 6th row of the grid, the Mexican, Sebastian Frijolet, Sofia Povetsnaya. She's been quick as well. She starts out of grid 12 for AKM Motorsport. Matthias Vitva, Ella Hakkinen for Fusion Motorsport. Andrea Sacca, Maria Chiara Nardelli. Nefeli Cosmopoulos, Emiliano Tedesco, Cheng, and Mia Auger was to have started out of grid 20, but an incident on Friday has ruled out the French girl. We wish Mia all the best for her recovery. and hope to see her back on track very soon, racing with us in WSK. BVS, Billy van Staveren in de eerste positie. P1 for the Dutchman. For the Modena car team, he'll be to the left of your screen. We race. Sebastian ducks to the inside of the circuit, trying to make up positions. Last year's WSK Mini Super Cup champion. But it's the Dutchman who's got the race lead from Ludovico Mazzola. Pizzonia, not a good start. He's back to P5. Pietro storming up into fourth place. Carnage down into turn 5. Povetsnaya, Andrea Saka, Nefeli Cosmopoulos as well. An incident with those three drivers. A couple have managed to get going again as Billy van Staveren leads the way from Mazzola. Adam Brilla, also a brilliant start for the CMT racing team in 7.22. We come across the line for the first time as BVS in P1. OKM Junior pre-final A, and it's BVS who leads the way. Van Staveren, Mazzola sends it to second. Luberoikov for the Zanki Motorsport team. The Bulgarian down the inside, nicely done. He's into second place. Mazzola, Pizzonia back into P4. Baguti, Vitva, Seng, Stanley Frijolet, Adam Brilla, Sebastian back in P11. Fastest in his group in qualifying was last year's Mini Super Cup champion, the Queenslander, two-time AKC champion for Ward Racing in 11th place. Baguti defends. Loses the place to Matthias Vitva. The Porsche Racing Team driver from the Czech Republic. As Roykov for Zanki Motorsport makes a nice pass down into turn 2. In the early stages of lap 3, pre-final A for OKNJ, and it's the Bulgarian who leads the way from Billy van Staveren. Fabulous to see the Dutchman back in form. He was a front runner in WSK 60 Mini a couple of seasons ago, has struggled in the past 12-24 months in OKN Junior, but boy, he's quick this weekend. Starts off pole position. He's back in second behind the Bulgarian. There's Baguti going through. Nicholas Stanley, first ever junior race for the American from Madrid. 14 Gamoto, there's Vitva just behind, as well as Shank, Frijolet, Eskandari, Brilla, Dondi, Ella Hakkinen for Fusion Motorsport ahead of Emiliano Tedesco. Tseng, Povetsnaya, she's got going again. Ahead of Nefeli Cosmopoulos. Maria Chiara Nardelli, the final runner. Andrea Saka out on the opening lap of the race. Ella goes fastest. 48.955. Trying to chase down Leonardo Dondi, Adam Brilla, the Mexican Frijolet. Sebastian now up into P9 is Eskandari. There's the Ward Racing driver coming onto the back straight now. It is still Luba Roykov who leads from Billy van Staveren. Pizzonia! Here comes Antonio. We know how super quick the South American is at this FRANCIACORTA circuit. An emotional victory. His first ever podium in the WSK Supermaster Series at this circuit earlier in the year. Finished third in the WSK Open Series. 14 driver, the second generation racer. His father, Antonio, former Jaguar Williams Formula One Grand Prix driver, here at the circuit, watching on his boy close in at the back of the Dutchman who started on pole position. Luba Roykov for Zanki Motorsport, mentored this weekend by the legendary two-time world champion Alessandro Manetti, working with the Zanki Motorsport team. His Bulgarian driver in P1, being hounded by the pole sitter, the Dutchman, who sends it up the inside. The boy from Brazil in P3. Mazzola, Baguti, and El Madrileño, Nicholas Stanley. Antonio with a 48.652. Marginally faster than the lap set by Ella a few laps ago. Hakkinen still trying to find a way past Dondi, Frijolet, Matthias Vitva for Porsche Racing. The leading trio from Bulgaria, from the Netherlands, and from Brazil. 1, 2, 3. BVS down the inside. Roykov closes the door. Watch Pitsonia. He's on the outside. Van Stavren's in the grass. Antonio trying to take the lead away. The Bulgarian versus the Brazilian. How good is this? The WSK Euro Series here at FRANCIACORTA. Still the Zanki Motorsport driver holds on. Pitsonia in second. He's the fastest on circuit. Van Stavren went rallycross. And now he's been caught by the Italian, Ludovico Mazzola. That's Paguti in the background. Pietro, the first of the Team Gamoto drivers. Sebastian in the background. Pitsonia, o menino do Brasil. The boy from Brazil goes up to take the race lead. Fabulous pass down the inside of the hotel hairpin. The Brazilian versus the Bulgarian. Team driver versus Zanki Motorsport. And the second generation racer has got the race lead. Not for long. Roykov takes him back. Van Stavren, remember the Dutchman was in the grass. He's back to second. Fantastic. In the OKN Junior Pre-Final A here at FRANCIACORTA. Sebastian's coming. Here comes Eskandari. Fastest in his group in qualifying 48 hours ago with a 47.965. The World Racing driver in 6th watching this. Pitsonia back to third. From Mazzola, that's Pietro. The English-Italian for Team Gamoto in P5 is still the Brazilian versus BVS. Spectacular in the WSK Euro Series here at FRANCIACORTA. Down into turn 5. Slight defense from Roykov. The leading duo, the fight between the front 6. The two-time AKC champion, Sebastian Eskandari, on the podium at Valverbrata in the Italian Championships a couple of weeks ago. He slips by and takes the English-Italian, Pietro Paguti, who was almost off the road. PB back to 6. Sebastian follows Mazzola going through. The Australian, the Italian, they both take the Brazilian. But it's the Dutchman in P1. Mazzola on the inside of Pitsonia. Sebastian, intelligent, just followed the first Tony car through. Second Tony car, I should say. Roykov, 729. It's also a green machine as Van Stavren up the inside. Fantastic move. BVS back into eerste positie. Van längst naar rechts voor de piloot van de Netherlands. Roykov tries to respond. Lubo is not happy. That's Sebastian Eskandari. Rocket quick is the Queenslander. He's now in P3. The Australian goes by the Brazilian. He's got speed to burn for World Racing. Around the outside. What a move from Roykov. Can't pull it off though. This is outrageously brilliant racing in the WSK Euro Series here at FRANCIACORTA. The OKN Junior Pre-Final A. How good will the final be this afternoon at 3:20 local time here in the north of Italy? This is lap 11. We come up to the 9-minute mark of Pre-Final A for OKNJ. Billy Van Stavren. Van längst naar rechts voor de piloot van de Netherlands. We know how the Dutchies can celebrate. We've been watching Euro 2024. We're all Dutch fans at heart, and we'd love to see Billy get a great result here. Roykov around the outside. Billy tried to go to defensive, actually made it through. That was spectacular, but was in the marbles. The leading 6. Pitonia's retaken third place from Sebastian Eskandari Marandi, who's just gone purple, been matched by Billy Van Stavren. Mazzola in 6th, from Nicholas Stanley, Shangri-La, Frijolet, Matthias Vidva, Leonardo Dondi, Tedesco, Hakkinen, Tang, Sofia Povetsnaya, and Nefeli Kosmopoulos from Greece is the final runner. Boy, what a race here at Short France. There's Pietro Baguti, second in the WSK Open Series. As Sebastian puts in a 48.365. The Ward Racing driver. Fastest in his group, it was Alex Malotta, who actually took pole position in qualifying. He'll start pole position for pre-final B at the conclusion of this race. As you see, Eskandari look behind. Pittonia does likewise. Van Staveren with a lead of 0.6 of a second, would you believe? As Eskandari, he's the fastest on circuit. Pittonia across the line at 119 k's an hour. Eskandari at 121. BVS at 117 as he punches a hole through the air. But the Modena car Paralin team driver, powered by the TM, is in P1. Pittonia fighting with the wheel on the Card Republic, trying to keep it as straight as possible. Sebastian, powered by Vortex. Pittonia, the IAMI power and the TM power on the Paralin of the first place Dutchman Billy van Staveren, son of the 2012 world champion Wes van Staveren. No, I'm not talking karting. You can Google that. BVS in P1. 2 laps remaining. There's Stanley, Cheng from Taiwan. Brilla, Frijolet, Vidva, Dondi, Hakkinen, Tedesco, Tang, Povetsnaya, and Nefeli Kosmopoulos rounds out the field. Sebastian P3, Antonio second. They both close in on Billy van Staveren. Pittonia is trying to line up and take victory in pre-final A on a circuit where he scored his first ever WSK podium. Skates under brakes to Sebastian Eskandari. Time to break out the famous line. Dit is de laatste ronde voor de pilot van de Netherlands. In de eerste positie. Van links naar rechts. Pittonia closes in on the back of the Dutchman. Down into turn 5, too far back. Paralin, Kart Republic, and the Vortex Power Tony Kart for Ward Racing of Sebastian Eskandari. The front three pull away slightly from Roykov, Baguti, and Ludovico Mazzola. Pittonia on the ripple strip, that costs him time. Eskandari will try and attack the Brazilian down into the hotel hairpin for the final time. BVS stares back at the Brazilian, who sends it down the inside. Too far back, Van Staveren wins. What a race! Pre-final A for OKNJ. Here's Stanley, Shangri-La, Frijolet, Vitfa crosses the line from Tondi. There's Tedesco, Ella Hakkinen for Fusion Motorsport. Tang and Sofia Povetsnaya. Nefeli Kosmopoulos from Greece. She crosses the line as the final finisher for the CRG Racing team. The highlights of a spectacular OKN Junior Pre-Final A. BVS from pole position. Sebastian Eskandari, he was back into 11th after a forgettable start. Roykov attacking. Luba for Zanki Motorsport going through to take the lead away from Billy van Staveren. Mazzola was there in third place. The Bulgarian, the Dutchman, and the Brazilian, 1, 2, and 3. Van Staveren into the grass. That was a moment that almost ruined the Dutchman's race. Incredibly, he'd fight back. Pittonia into the lead was Antonio Jr. Mazzola, intelligent move there as Sebastian followed him on through. Billy van Staveren on the ripple strip, up the inside. Roykov around the outside, almost made it stick. Sebastian closing in on the Brazilian, and the Dutchman tried it on the final corner, was too far back. Lucky that did not come to grief. But it's Billy van Staveren from pole position, and the Dutchman takes victory in pre-final A. Van Staveren with the pre-final A victory from Pizzogna. Sebastian Escandari Marandi third from Roykov. Baguti, Mazzola, Stanley, first ever junior race for the American in seventh. Seng from Chinese Taipei or Taiwan, Adam Brilla, and Sebastian Frigelet in 10th. Vitva, Dondi, Tedesco, Hakkinen, Teng, Ovetsnaya, and Nefeli Kosmopoulos. She was the final finisher. Back here at FRANCIACORTA, pre-final B for OKN Junior. This is the grid, the Slovakian on pole from Lucas Bonholm. It's Alex Malota, then Lucas, Giacomo Giusto, Tonellini, Carrera, Via Piana, Vittoria Farfus, the Iron Dame out of 7. Bruno Blanco, Lorenzo D'Amico, Fionci, the Australian, out of grid 10. Yes, that is correct. The two poles, Amelia and Savary, on the 6th row of the grid, Mark Pilapenko, Egan Pedrotti, Vanessa Shilcagnati, Joseph Little, Bautista Panetta, Janone, Amaru Adriansen, and Enya Pezzuto out of grid 20. Alex Malota, the fastest qualifier, 47.913 48 hours ago. And it's the Firefly Racing Team driver on pole position. Pre-final B for OKN Junior here at FRANCIACORTA, the WSK Euro Series. Malota to the left of your screen, Lucas to the right. We race. Perfect start from the Slovakian. Followed through by Giacomo Giusto as the Ville race uphill into turn 2. Alex Malota second in the season opening WSK Champions Cup victory in the Super Master Series at Sano, and he goes P1 in the opening stages of pre-final B for OKNJ. Bruno Blanco trying to make his way through, as is Valerio Villapiana in the 736 Card Republic. Justo in 733, Joelle Carrera in 710 for the Paralympian. In the Paralympians, Justo for the Modern Car team, Carrera for Scarpi Racing. It's the Firefly Racing Team driver in the Gillard TG17 chassis in P1. Justo, Carrera, Lorenzo D'Amico up into P4. Great start from Lorenzo from grid 9 in the EKS chassis 713, powered by the Modena engine. A change for the lead. Malotta back to second place. Joelle Carrera goes on through to lead. Clean start for pre-final B for OKN Junior. Joelle Carrera down the back straight, already going defensive on lap 2 of 16, pre-final B. And still defends from Alex Malotta across the line at 121 k's an hour. Watch Giacomo Giusto, the Indian Italian, lines up and into second place for the Modena kart team. That's Via Piana in P4 for team driver. Tonellini, in fact, has been passed by the Iron Dame. Vitória Farfus, she's up to 4. A menina do Brasil, she's flying. The second generation racer. Vitória Farfus for the Kiddix Driver Academy. There's the Iron Dame going on through. Of course, the daughter of the 1999 Formula A Winter Cup champion for the CRG racing team, Augusto Farfus. Vitória goes through into third place. We've also got a change for the lead. Giacomo Giusto through to P1. Vitória's third. Augusto, factory driver in the World Endurance Championship as well. His daughter third. This is her highest showing so far in WSK World Competition. The Iron Dame, P3, behind the Slovakian, who started on pole position. And Giacomo Giusto has got the race lead for the Modena kart team. Lap 4 of 16. Carrera, Via Piana, Tonellini, Amelia. Wiszomirska, the pole. She's the top pole, in fact. In 17th place, as we get news that Savary Dudkowski has got a 3-second penalty, as has Egan Pedrotti, both for a starting infringement. Vitória, she's pulling away from Valerio Viapiana and Christian Tonellini. Farfus, she is catching the 2 leaders, Alex Malotta and Giacomo Giusto. Flying is the South American. The Iron Dame in third. Multiple girls racing in OKN Junior this weekend. We saw Nefeli Kosmopoulos, Ella Hakkinen in pre-final A. In fact, we had one heat yesterday with 6 female racers. Also Mia Auger, Maria Chiara Nardelli, Sofia Povetsnaya. And in this race, we've got Vitória Farfus, she's in third place. Amelia Wiszomirska, she's in 7th. Vanessa Shulkanyati also in this race. The Lithuanian, she's in 15th. What a drive from Vitória. She's into third. She's on the back of Giacomo Giusto, the more experienced Italian driver for the Modena kart team. Malotta just a few moments ago with Giacomo Giusto. The big don't argue. It's both cost them time because the Brazilian has caught up to the back of the Indian Italian and the Slovakian. Vitória sends it down the inside. She's running second for the first ever time in WSK World Competition. A menina do Brasil. She sends it to second place. Fastest on circuit, Lucas Bonhomme, 48.856. But Vitória, she's on the charge, 49.262. Mind you, she did have to go by and take Giacomo Giusto, who's also being passed by Valerio Viapiana. Second generation racer. 2 decades ago, her father for the CRG racing team, Augusto, took victory in Formula A, the much missed 100cc Formula A in the Winter Cup. She defends superbly from Viapiana. And of course, going on to have a fabulous career, which is still going in World Sports Car Racing, the World Endurance Championship, the World Prototype Championship, the BMW, also in GT3. The South Americans are back, and it's not just the boys. A menina is in second, the Iron Dame. Just superb is Vitoria. Alex Malotta back in P1. The gap is 0.6 of a second clear of the Brazilian. Fianchi has just gone fastest. The Australian-born Chinese driver from New Jersey in the United States of America with a 48.681 as Villapiana puts Farfus back into third place. A mega international field here. There's she going on through. In P11 for the Ward Racing team. Bruno Blanco with a 48.555 in P9. Vitoria, she tries to defend. She can't. Justo goes through. Giacomo back into third place. Malotta, half race distance, is 0.9 of a second clear. Nice pass. Vitoria Farfus, she tried to defend. Down into turn 5. She barely gave room. Racing space, yes, but she was not generous. She didn't need to be. She was fighting for third. She still is. Carriere, Tonellini, Lucas Bonhomme, Blanco, Amelia Vitomirska for the KRZ Motorsport team, the multiple national championship winning team from Poland, KRZ Motorsport, with Amelia Vitomirska, the TM Power Cab Republic. She's in P9, the second girl inside the top 10. This first is still Vitoria Farfus. Lap 10 of 16. You're looking at Valerio Villapiana, the team driver who took the title in the WSK Open Series with Ilya Bereshkin at La Concomuro Lecce last month. Malotta for the Firefly Racing Team, P1. Out of the hotel hairpin. We'll check the gap. Last time it was 0.9 of a second. It stays roughly the same. This is lap 11 of 16. Justo on the back of Valerio Villapiana. And a 48.5 fastest on circuit is the Indian Italian for the Modena car team. Last year's WSK Euro Series champion, Dean the Dutchman, Hugendorn taking last year's WSK Euro Series from Jesse Phillips and Bruno Grich. They're all racing here today, but in OKJ. 1, 2, 3 in 2023, Hugendorn, Phillips and Bruno Grich. We'll see them in action later on this morning in OKJ. A new champion, a new WSK Euro Series champion in 2024. The first of 2 rounds, the second of which is at the 1 mile, the all-new configure, the resurfaced Circuito Internazionale Napoli, simply known as Sano. It is more than 1 mile in length, 1.67 kilometres, the new Sano circuit. Round 2 of the WSK Euro Series on September 29. Alex Malotta, the gap 1.2 seconds, he looks good. Second in the season opening WSK Champions Cup. Victory at Sano in the WSK Supermaster Series. Alex Malotta for the Firefly Racing Team. Miguelard has got a gap of 1.2 seconds. Bruno Blanco with a 48.429. Fastest on circuit. This has been a superb performance. Vitoria Farfus, the Iron Dame in P4, on the back of Giacomo Giusto, Valerio Villapiana in P2, but Malotta for the Firefly Racing Team. 3 podiums in 2024. That's Malotta disappearing down into the hairpin. As you see, Lucas Goodman, Christian Tonellini, Blanco, Amelia Vitomirska. She's in P9, Bautista Panetta, the Argentine, rounds out the 10. Justo on the back of Villapiana. Vitoria Farfus, she was running second. And the Iron Dame, the South American, has not given up on that position as well. Malotta's controlling the pace. It's almost 2 seconds, 1.6 seconds from the Slovakian in the Gillard TG17 chassis. Back to Villapiana for team driver. Justo under attack from Vitoria. She thinks about it. She's running out of time though. No one is going to catch Alex Malotta barring a catastrophe. There goes the Firefly Racing team driver across the line at 117 k's an hour. Villapiana defends from Justo. He comes via Farfus as well. Duele Carrera is catching all three of them. Carrera for the Scarpi Racing team, 7-1-0 in the Paralin. Valerio still defending on the penultimate lap of the race. Malotta disappears down the hill. Now Vitoria Farfus coming under attack from Duele Carrera. The dying stages, pre-final B. OKNJ, the WSK Euro Series here at Franciacorta. Villapiana defends. I'll come across the line to get the last lap board this time. Ultimo giro per Alex Malotta. Vitoria around the outside. She has to watch out for Carrera. Villapiana defending from all three of them down into turn 5. Valerio from Giacomo Giusto, Vitoria Farfus, Duele Carrera and Lucas Goodman as well. Here comes the Tony card of the Frenchman, Lucas Bonhomme. Tonalini, Blanco, Amelia Fischer-Mirska and the Australian Chinese driver from New Jersey, Fionn Shi, for the Ward Racing team in P10, but too far back to attack. Malotta wins pre-final B. The fight for second. Valerio spectacular. Turns in, holds onto it. Malotta wins. Fabulous race in pre-final B. Villapiana, Justo, Farfus, Bonhomme, Carrera. Lucas takes Duele on the final lap of the race. Lorenzo D'Amico crosses the line as the final finisher in position 18. Alex Malotta, the fastest qualifier from pole position as we look at the highlights of pre-final B. Did take the lead, a great start from Giacomo Giusto. Was back to second place, the Paralin drivers for Team Modena and Scarpi Racing respectively, attacking the Slovakian. The driver on the charge was the South American Vitoria Farfus. Into the lead briefly when Giacomo Giusto. Villapiana fighting his way up through superbly. Valerio, who started on grid 6, remember that was the moment of the race. Malotta with the big don't argue, they did touch. Farfus, a menina do Brasil, going through to P2. The Iron Dame superb, she would ultimately finish in P4. Behind Justo and Villapiana. Malotta in the Gillard, untouchable. The team driver in second, and Giacomo Giusto in third place. Alex Malotta takes victory from Valerio Villapiana, Giacomo Giusto, Vitoria Farfus, Lucas Bonhomme, Duele Carrera 6th, Tonalini 7, Bruno Blanco, Amelia Fischer-Mirska for the KRZ Motorsport team from Poland, and Fionn Shi, the Australian-Chinese driver for the Swedish Ward Racing team, just ahead of the Argentine Bautista Panetta for Team Gamota. Fionn Shi finishes P10. Working our way through the pre-finals here this morning. Pre-final A for OKN. Well, it's the only pre-final for OKN. Coming out on circuit in just a moment. There we go. We correct the graphic for you. OKN pre-final. It is Batti Yildirim who will lead the cars out onto the circuit. We continue racing the WSK Euro Series here at Franciacorta.
This is G-House.
Batty yielded him. Coming out onto the circuit, he will start from pole position. Here's last year's WSK Euro Series champion, Lamberto Ferrari, who won here at FRANCIACORTA last year. Nicolas Marchese, Julius Ochepa, Franciszek Ciejilski for KRZ Motorsport, Rafalik also for the KRZ Motorsport team. 3 poles in this field, Giovanni Torso, Leon Headforce and Cole Hewitson. On debut is the South African for the Beyond Racing team of Neil McKernan in the OKN pre-final. Just a small field here this weekend. The 9 drivers, they have entertained us, and they're likely to do so over the course of the OKM pre-final. I can tell you that Maximilian Rafalik has not left pit lane and will have to start from the back of the pack if he can get it fired up. Ferrari to the outside, front row. We race, he misses the start, slots into 3rd place. It's Batty Yildirim who's got the race lead. Nicolas Marchese from the inside 2nd row of the grid. Finished 3rd in the WSK Open Series at La Conca just over a month ago. He goes through into 2nd place. The poles, the 3 Polish drivers, well, it's down to 2 because Maximilian Rafalik has not made the start. And he's Batty Yildirim. The Turkish driver who leads us, Cole Hewitson, down the inside. And picks up Julius Ochepa, the 2nd of the remaining 3 poles. Across the line for the first time, Yildirim, Marchese, Ferrari, that's Lamberto. He won here at FRANCIACORTA at the end of 2023 in the season opening WSK Final Cup. Batty Yildirim, one of 3 Turkish drivers to win in WSK in 2023. Of course, along with Iskander Zulfikari and Alp Aksoy. Batty Yildirim winning last year's WSK Euro Series Championship from Antonio Apicella and Federico Lenzo. Looking to take his 2nd WSK title. Actually his 3rd, because he did win the single race, WSK Open Series race at Sano last year. Batty Yildirim from Turkey. Increasing numbers of drivers from both Turkey and Greece. And Batty Yildirim for the Modern Car team in P1. It's Marchese, Ferrari, Franciszek Ciejilski. Just been passed by Lamberto Ferrari for the Formula K team. Here is Ciejilski going on through. 8.02, the Kart Republic. Fires it down the inside. Ferrari tries to defend and can't quite do it. The KRZ Motorsport driver goes on through. Franciszek. Nice pass down into the hotel hairpin. Franciszek. Maximilian Rafalik, this is really disappointing. Has not made the start. He was the fastest qualifier 48 hours ago. We'll try and find out what has happened to the pole. Took pole position in time qualifying with a time of 47.405. Did Rafalik. Maximilian for the KRZ Motorsport team, last year's Polish OKJ national champion, and has not made the start here in the OKM pre-final. There's Cole Hewitson in the background fighting with Leon Headforce. The South African and the Swede having their own battle behind Julius Ochepa and Giovanni Torso. Lap 5 of 16, the OKM pre-final. .48.273. So almost a second slower than the time set by Rafalik in qualifying. As we say, we'll try and find out what's happened to Maximilian, why he has not made the start. We've got a retirement though. Julius Ochepa is out. just got a glimpse of the pole. The Lenzo kart has retired. There were 3 Polish drivers to start the race, and now there's only one remaining in the form of Francisek. Julius Ochepa is out. Nicolas Marchese closes up on the back of Batti Yildirim. Cole Hewitson, meanwhile, has got the better of Leon Headforth. Will try and pick up the South African on debut in WSK. Has raced in the Rotax Grand Finals in the past couple of seasons. Also in the Rotax Max Challenge down in South Africa, most recently at Killarney in Cape Town. All change and positive change down in the Western Cape recently. If you know, you know. Cole Hewitson, P5 from Leon Headforth in the DR racing kart. But it's Batti Yildirim who leads the way. We're approaching half race distance of the OKN pre-final. Opens up the mixture, does Batti Yildirim on the modern car, the TM Power, the 125cc OKN direct drive engine. The new initiative of the FIA, OKN. Somewhat, well, it is a logical name, even if it is somewhat clumsy. OK, that's original karts, and N stands for national. Designed to be raced in national series around the world. First ever OKN National Championship taking place in America last year. Blake Nash taking victory. Blake's actually racing with us here this weekend in WSK, making his debut. The Nash Motorsports team driver taking victory. The first ever OKN National Champion anywhere in the world. Speaking of America, the United States Pro Kart Series taking place this weekend at Badger Car Club in Wisconsin. Very early in the morning over on the other side of the Atlantic. We say good morning to our American friends, being kept up to date through e-karting news and of course on Kart Chaser. Great to have your company. Quite a few Americans racing with us here this weekend. 245 drivers from 48 nations around the world, including of course the United States of America, with the exception of this, the OKN pre-final here this morning. It is the Turk from the Italian. And there's the pole, Francisek in the background. We start lap 10 of 16, OKN pre-final. .48.1 for Nicolas Marchese. Lamberto Ferrari has retired. Maximilian Raffelik did not make the start. Julius Ochepa has retired the Lenzo kart. That's disappointing for Julius. They will start the final later on this afternoon though. This trio in OKN being led by Batti Yildirim, the Paralympian. From the Kart Republic of team driver, Marchese, Chijilski. Giovanni Toso had a big crash yesterday, coming down the hill into turn 11. Where these drivers are approaching in just a moment. Into the wall, he was fine, but a DNF yesterday for Giovanni Toso did certainly shake him around a bit. Into the wall, into the barriers, just where Batti Yildirim is passing now. Just off screen to the right there, Giovanni Toso, a big crash into the wall and a DNF. He's back on track though this morning. Position 4 from Leon Headforth, who now has got by ahead of Cole Hewitson. So the dying stages of the OKM pre-final. Paul Hewitson, the South African on debut in WSK, joins the list of retirements. We've only got 5 runners still on the circuit. Hewitson is now out as well. He joins Julius Ochepa, Lamberto Ferrari, who won the WSK Final Cup here at the end of 2023. Maximilian Rafalik, they're all out. It is still Batty Yildirim in P1. Chajilski goes fastest with a 48.046. So starting to approach the time set by Maximilian Rafalik in time qualifying. Almost into the 47s now. As Yildirim on lap 13 of 16, the OKM pre-final, starts to accelerate and pull away. Down into the hotel hairpin. 3 laps now remaining. Marchesi with no response at the moment. Just sits there at 123 k's an hour across the line. We think of the former champions in the WSK Euro Series dating back to 2010. Jonathan Tonon, Paulo De Conto, Aman Convers, Ignacio D'Agosto, and Max Verstappen, the first ever KF3 or the first ever junior champion. Max, of course, winning the WSK Euro Series a year later. Stefano Kokko, Nick de Vries, Rick Dreesen, the 2 Dutchmen in 2011. Sorry, Rick's Belgian, isn't he? And Joel Johansson, KZ2 WSK Euro Series for the Energy Corsa team in 2011. More recently, Giuseppe Palomba, Andrea Antonelli in 2020. Harley Keeble, Arvid Lindblad 2021, along with Ricardo Longhi. King Nakamura Berta, Marco Ardigo in his final season of world competition, taking the 2019 championship in KZ2. Lorenzo Travisanuto in OK, Andrea Antonelli in OKJ, and Rashid Al-Bahedi in 60 Mini. The 2019 WSK Euro Series champions. Some famous names. Lando Norris in 2013, Gaudium Boccolacci, Richard Black, Ricardo Negro for the DR Kart team in 2013. Batty Yildirim, he's the reigning champion in the WSK Euro Series from last year, and the Turk is in P1. He's been hounded the entire way by Nicolas Marchesi, but the Italian so far for team driver with no response. He's only 0.2 of a second back. You can see that translates to about 2 to 3 kart lengths, but it's not enough. Into the hotel hairpin for the final time, and Batty Yildirim from the Modena Kart team accelerates out. He'll start from pole position for the final later this afternoon. Marchesi, there's Francesco Chajilski, Giovanni Toso, and the final finisher for the DR Racing Kart team. That's the Swede, Leon Hedfors, who backs it off across the line to finish in P5. Batty Yildirim takes the victory, just the 5 finishes in the end. Marchesi, Chajilski, Torso, and Leon Hedfors at DNF. On debut for Cole Hewitson, Julius Chepa, he was out half race distance. Lamberto Ferrari, last year's WSK Final Cup champion at this circuit. Maximilian Rafalik, fastest qualifier. We'll find out what happened to Maximilian. The KRZ Motorsport driver did not take the start. continue racing here this morning. OK Junior pre-final A, 66 drivers. It has been spectacular, absolutely as ever. We're looking forward to this. 2 pre-finals for OK Junior. It was Roman Kamyab, the Brit for the British Ricky Flynn Motorsport team, who took pole position 48 hours ago, 47.652. He'll start from pole position for pre-final A in just a moment. Before we race, let's check out some of the highlights from this week here at FRANCIACORTA in OKJ. It is a pleasure to have your company here at Short France. It is FRANCIACORTA, 66 drivers, OK Junior pre-final A. Roman Kamyab will lead the drivers out onto the circuit in just a moment. The Brit was the fastest qualifier for Ricky Flynn Motorsport 48 hours ago. This promises to be something spectacular. Last year's champion, Jacopo Martinez, winning the title from Tayam Saylor and Nicholas Schaufler in OK Junior, the WSK Euro Series 2023. Jacopo Martinez, a little bit of news for you. Next week, we're back here at FRANCIACORTA for round 3 of the Rotax Max Euro Trophy, and running in Senior Max. Not only is last year's WSK Euro Series champion Jacopo Martinez for the Czech Republic team, but Joseph Turney racing in Senior Max in the Rotax Euro Trophy. That is here at FRANCIACORTA in 7 days' time. Make sure you don't miss that. Presented by WSK Promotion for the very first time. Of course, all the action coming your way next Sunday live on Motorsport TV. Round 3 of the 2024 Rotax Max Euro Trophy. After the season opening Rotax Winter Cup at Campillos in the south of Spain, where it rains non-stop for virtually 3 days. Genk in Belgium. Wackersdorf in Bavaria in Germany just a few weeks ago. Round 3 of the Rotax Max Euro Trophy next week here at FRANCIACORTA for the very first time, and includes Jacopo Martinez, last year's WSK Euro Series champion in OK Junior, and JT from MK in the UK. Joseph Turney racing Senior Max here at FRANCIACORTA for the Czech Republic team in round 3 of the Euro Rotax Trophy, presented by WSK Promotion for the very first time. 90 drivers so far entered in Senior Max, more than 230 from around the world, racing at FRANCIACORTA for the very first time next weekend. This is round 1 of the WSK Euro Series, 2 rounds for 2024. Pre-final A for OKJ. Roman Kamyab, RK on pole position. Jack Iliff out of grid 2. Filippo Sala, JC, the Australian, out of 4. Into Arata, Henry Domain. And it's Devon Waltz, William Kalija, reigning Supermaster Series champion in Mini, Paul Andriotis and Oscar Polbre. In the Carly Kart's been in great form this week, the Slovenian, out of 10. Mariano Lopez, Andrea Mani, Gianmatteo Russo, Luisais Islan. On debut in WSK, Zulfikari, Shaseni, Pankoti, Naish, Bautisti in the Sodi Kart, and Darren Cheng out of 20. Lillian Scarborough, the American, ahead of Antonio Cocchianella, Vladimir Ivanikov, Woolley, Aminko, Savalav, Luke Konda. Then it's Zhao for RFM, Quadar Firan, Sabirov, Christoph Focus, Machil Jabo, and Nicolo Carrara in the gold cart on debut in WSK. Watch for Lillian Scarborough. As one of the Forza Racing drivers in trouble, going slowly at the back of the pack. The girl from Atlanta, Georgia, on debut in WSK. She's like dynamite off the start. We race. Ricky Flynn Motorsport go 1-2. Arcade leads the way from Phillip Hall. Sala in second. It was the 3-3-2 Forza Racing kart going slowly at the back of the pack. It was Jared Clark who was to start out of grid 4. JC, the English Australian, a disaster. He's back in last position. Well, he's just made up 2 because Savalov and Zhao have come together. As the RFM duo lead across the line for the first time. Jared Clark at the back of the pack. He is now back up to speed, but it's RK who leads the way. Ricky Flynn Motorsport first and second. Into Arata from the land of the rising sun. In third place for World Racing as Sala in second place. Runs into the back of his British teammate Ricky Flynn Motorsport first. And second, Devon from Boise, Idaho in the United States of America for Forza Racing in 4. And then Paul Andriotis also for RFM in P5. Jared Clark, position 31. A disaster for the English Aussie. Indoarata down the inside. Sala in second says, "What are you doing?" And the Italian holds off the Japanese driver who's got the American breathing down his neck. Andriotis, Jack Iliff, they make contact. Indoarata sends Sala from second place into the grass. No doubt about that. Roman escapes. Devon in second. Sala sent from second. He will be furious. Il Trentino. We'll see where Phillip Hall can recover. As Roman Kamyab leads them down the back straight. Watch this. Into the back. Okay, so maybe it wasn't quite so obvious. Indoarata was trying to avoid the Italian, who was into the dirt, did well to keep it back on track. Turned in and the car just understeered in the early stages of the race. Indoarata in P3. Filippo Sala P11 ahead of Iskander Zulfikari. That's a good drive from Iskander the Great. Didn't set a time in qualifying, had to come from the back of the pack. And the 6-time WSK champion from Istanbul in Turkey is now up into P12 ahead of the Panamanian Gianmatteo Russo. Jared Clark, P29. That's Collegia in P5. As we see the battle just behind Henry Domain, Paul Andriotis, and Lewis Island on debut, the J-Kart driver, J-Karts driver from the British Kart Championship. Racing with the Birillard Racing team for the moment. It's a one-off. This is a fabulous performance from Lewis. It's world class. 66 kart field in OKJ. And Lewis Island is in P8 ahead of Oscar Pobere, Filippo Sala, Mariano Lopez, Zulfikari, and Rousseau. Lewis Island, as we see William Collegia go on through. Now behind the Forza Racing driver, Lewis behind Henry Domain. Collegia, that's Billy C. Ahead of Indoarata, Roman Kamya, P1. Devon from Heaven in second. Jack the Texan. The two American drivers, both for the British Forza Racing team, in second and third. William Collegia, the reigning WSK Supermaster Series, the champion from this year. That was in 60 Mini. It's only his 6th or maybe 7th ever OKJ race for the Paralympic Motorsport team, the Infinity Management driver. William Collegia, Billy C goes by and takes Indoarata. Closes in on the back of Jack, then it's Devon in second. Roman Kamyab has got the race lead. Endo looks back to Henry Domain for the Energy Corsa Racing team. Henry 350 in P6. That's Lewis in P7 from grid 14. Lewis Island, a super debut in WSK. As we say, racing for the J-Karts team in the British Championship, on debut in the world-class WSK Euro Series, and Lewis is in 7th place. You're watching Collegia in P4. The Australian behind the two Americans. But it's RK in P1, the English-speaking drivers. First, second, third and fourth. Oscar Polbore, the Slovenian in P10 for the Kali Kart team going through. Having a strong run. Head of Darren Jeng, Russo, Zulfikari, Andrea Mani from Monte Carlo. Cocchianella, Nage, Lillian Scarborough, she's up to 17. The girl from the 1996 Olympic city of Atlanta, Georgia, the home of Coca-Cola. She's made some fabulous starts. She's into 18th. However, maybe it was too good. She's under investigation. Half race distance, pre-final A for OKJ. Ricky Flynn Motorsport, the team who have 4 out of 20 of the current Formula One drivers on the grid. They are RFM drivers. Lando, Joe, Logan and Oscar. 4 out of 20 drivers. There's only 20 on the grid in the FIA Formula One World Championship, and 4 of them are Ricky Flynn Motorsport drivers. RK, Roman Kamyab in P1. Devon second. Waltz 335. Jack, the English-American. Okay, he's more American than he is English. Eilif in third place from William Collegia in Dorata. Still in P5 for Ward Racing. There's Collegia. There's Arata. Henry Domain just behind. That's Lewis Island. Filipe Sala recovers to 8th from Mariano Lopez. Polbore, Zhang. The rest of the field going through. That was Lillian Scarborough behind Pancotti, ahead of Ivanikov. Cheseni, Aminko, Shebo, Battisti. Back to the front. The Forza Racing driver still second and third. I can tell you their Australian-English teammate, Jared Clark, who missed the start, still circulating, but down in a lowly 27th position. Jack goes 48 dead. The Texan in P3. The Forza Racing duo. Now 7/10 of a second behind Roman. Eilif though with 48 dead, fastest on track marginally, and we're talking only thousandths of a second faster than Roman Kamyab. RK, who's been racing with us for the past 4 or 5 seasons in WSK. As Endo goes on through for Ward Racing, ahead of Henry Domain. There's Lewis Island. The Filipe Sala, Mariano Lopez. Roman Kamyab, pole position in time qualifying. Past few seasons in 60-minute pole position in OKJ. The British driver with the Persian origins for the proudly British team. Roman Kamyab, P1 and dominating pre-final A in OKJ here this morning. 32 degrees Celsius, the sun is shining in the Italian summertime. This relatively new World Cup class circuit. FRANCIACORTA. Collegia, P4. Great drive from Billy C. Trying to catch the Forza Racing duo. In fact, he is catching them. William Collegia, last time round, 0.2 of a second faster than the 2 American drivers, both driving for Jamie Croc, so it's Forza Racing team. Collegia for the Paralympic Motorsport team. WSK Supermaster Series champion. Down the back straight, briefly glances over his shoulder as Devon skates under brakes, the first of the 2 Americans in second. Collegia head down behind the steering wheel. across the line at 120 k's an hour. 122 for Jack as he gets the slipstream from his teammate. Collegiate from Melbourne, Australia. Star student, if we want to say, of the legendary multiple international champion Dave Serra, kart class. One of the finest kart racing driver instructors in the world is Dave Serra, who's run out of mantelpiece space for all the national championship and international championship trophies he's won over the past few decades. His star driver in P4, William Collegiate. Incidentally, Dave's cousin, James Serra, who mentored a young Oscar Piastri in his early stages, racing in the AKC about a decade ago. And Sulficati also for the Forza Racing team going through. P11 behind Andrea Mani. 4 Forza Racing drivers inside the top 11. Mariano Lopez, El Peruviano, just ahead in P9 on this lap 14 of 16. The gap stays roughly the same, 0.6 of a second. Henry goes through. There's Lewis, he's just been passed by Filippo Sala. The Forza Racing duo, just behind Roland Nage, Cocchianella, Ivanikov, Vladimir, a good drive from Vlad. You may remember 2022 when Vladimir Ivanikov took victory at South Garda Karting Renato, the WSK Supermaster Series final round in 60 Mini. Vlad Ivanikov just outside the top 10 at the moment. 349 for the Energy Corsa Racing team. He's come from 23rd on the grid. Ahead of Pancotti, Shaseni, Pobaray, Lillian Scarborough, Aminko, Battisti and JC, Jarrett Clark from the back of the pack from 33rd and last. Clark now into 20. These are his teammates. They're in second behind Roman Kamyab, who comes across the line to start the last lap of the race. RK in P1. Waltz, Eilif and Billy C. Roman Kamyab with a perfect weekend so far. Pole position in time qualifying. And seemingly a pre-final victory here this morning. The two Americans for the British team, Forza Racing, Devon Waltz, Jack Eilif, William Collegiate for Paralympic Motorsport, that's into Arata, Henry Domain. Filippo Sala recovers ahead of Lewis Haisland. Mariano Lopez and Andrea Mani now up into 10th place. Last lap, last corner, that checkered flag, and the Brit has been brilliant this weekend. Crosses the line to take victory. Devon second, Jack third, and Billy C home in 4th place. Mani, Zulfikari, Ivanikov 12th. Head of Nage, Cocchianella, Shaseni, Pobaray, Pancotti, Scarborough, Jarrett Clark 19th, great recovery. There's Nicolo Carrara in the gold cart on debut, and the Italian coming out of the Rock Cup Italian Championship, having his first run in WSK, is the final finisher in 27th place. Roman Kamyab takes victory. He's just got to do it one more time this afternoon to top up a fabulous weekend in the WSK Euro Series opener. Devon, Jack, the two Americans from Billy C in 4. Endo, then Henry. Sala, who was sent back to 11th, recovers for 7th. Lewis Iceland, head of Mariano Lopez, Mani, Zulfikari, Ivanikov, great drive from Vlad. Roland Nage, Antonio Cocchianella, Shadzeni, Polbare, 16th, the Slovenian. Pancotti, Lillian Scarborough, she is under investigation though. And Jarrett Clark recovers for 19th place ahead of Battisti Shebo. Quirata Firanda finishes down in 22nd. Luke Cornder, Samuel Woolley, Aminko Sabirov. And the final finisher in the goal cart, Nicolo Carrara. Roman Kamyab almost certainly to start the final from pole position here at FRANCIACORTA. Round 1 of the WSK Euro Series. We'll take a very short break. We'll be back in just a moment. Back here at FRANCIACORTA, OK Junior pre-final B. The car's coming out onto the circuit, led by the orange Austrian, Nicholas Schaufler. He was third in last year's championship behind Tim Saylor and Jacopo Martinez. He's P1 here this morning. Dean the Dutchman out of 2. Kostoya, Sebastian Mins. Boris Wischeni in the Sodi kart, Ariana Kralik. DCC, Blandino in the Kali kart, Dries and Jensen Vernet on the 5th row of the grid. Sebastian Letomaki, Bosco Arias. The end of lap 1, pre-final B, Nicholas Schaufler leads the way here as they come across the line for the first time. Bottas up into 2nd place. Dean the Dutchman, remember he won last year's WSK Euro Series in OKN Junior. He's just been passed though. Cosman Christopher, Dries van Langendonk, Bosco Arias and Kostoy, the 2 Spaniards racing together. A clean start for pre-final B, OK Junior. Nicholas Schaufler leads the way. Boris Wischeni, the Polish driver in the French Sodi kart, looks good here this morning. as they go down the back straight for the first time. Bottas looks back over his shoulder. Big blocker from Dean the Dutchman. Hugentorn had the rear Vegas smoking under brakes. Schaeffler has got the race lead. Bogdan, that's a 3:08. The Czech Republic in third place. Younger brother of David, multiple WSK champion, or champions both, the Cosmo Christopher brothers. Hugentorn in P4. DVL P5. The Dutch-speaking drivers fourth and fifth. Hugentorn with the reigning junior world champion right behind him. For Forza Racing on the back of the AKM Motorsport driver. Schaeffler in P1. Wishani, Cosmo Christopher. DVL slides wide. Van Lingst, Narext. Dean the Dutchman back to P5 as the Belgian takes Hugentorn. Cosmo Christopher has a big look at the back of Boris. Fastest on circuit at the moment is Jensen Burnett with a 48.878. The Canadian ahead of the Finn, Sebastian Letamaki. He's behind the two Spaniards, Bosco Adia 6, Pastoya 7. There are other Spaniards coming down the hill. It's the Orange Austrian, formerly known as the Pink Panther, I should say. Simply, his name is Nicolas Schaeffler. As you look at Dries van Langendonk, DVL pick up the Romanian and the Belgian through to P3. Then the pole, the Austrian in P1. We start lap 5 of 16, pre-final B for OKJ. Cosmo Christopher goes wide. Here comes Bosco in the background, the second generation racer. You see the cars littered on the infield. We have lost Christian Blandino, Enzo Ruggigero, Luev Grutogolov, Jagrat de Troja, Oliver Stadler, Sun and Casper Reipold all out on the opening lap of the race. Schimark and Waltz did escape through, but they're down in 25th and 26th positions respectively. Van Langendonk from Zolder in Belgium. The Infinity Motorsport driver, as Bottas stares at the back of the freight train chasing the pole. The Sodi Kart Sigma chassis. Matchak Tune TM Power on the X-Spree for Forza Racing. Down into turn 5. The gap out to half a second, but Dries van Langendonk is the fastest on circuit. Now starting to be held up by Bottas Wishani, but the Slotty Kart's starting to come on strong now. As we approach the second half of pre-final B, white line from the Belgian with the Racing Romania behind. There's Dean the Dutchman. Bosco Adias, Jensen Burnett in great form for Fusion Motorsport 315. DVL down the inside, and the reigning junior world champion goes on through to position 2. The orange carts, first, second and third. But vastly different teams though. It's DPK Racing in the Czech Republic, Forza Racing in the X-Spree, and the Sodi Kart Sigma of Bottas Wishani in third place. Clean start, clean racing fact, with the exception of that multi kart. I know that's a paradox or an oxymoron. With the exception of that crash which claimed the 7 drivers, but bear with me. Apart from that, the racing at the front has been quite clean. Nicolas Schaeffler flashes across the line, and a 48.3 matched by 48.2, in fact beaten 48.242 by Dries van Langendonk. There's Clara Kowalczyk ahead of Francois Godal. Teo Palmer from the Emirates, having a good run here this weekend in 19th in this 66 kart OK Junior field. Fastest on circuit, DVL. The gap is half a second. Jesse Phillips, OKM Junior World Cup champion at this very circuit. Also had a disastrous start. Started out of grid 17, was caught up in that first lap incident. Jesse's still on track, that's critical. And he's in position 21. 328 for Ricky Flynn Motorsport. A proud Englishman arrived at the circuit this morning wearing his English top in anticipation of England playing tonight. Some sad faces in the paddock this morning, I have to admit. We are in Italy and Switzerland going on through in the Euro 2024, defeating 2-0 the Italians. And of course Germany knocking out Denmark overnight as well. Euro 2024, this is the WSK Euro Series running concurrently with the world's second biggest football competition. You saw the rubber line, as we get back to the racing, yeah, I hear you. You saw the rubber line, it is a warm day here. It is almost reminiscent of the glory days back in the 1990s of 100cc Formula A and Super A. Painted onto the circuit. You see they come out of turn 5, Therese on the back of Nicholas. Therese teammate, Drew Waltz, down in 22nd, under investigation. We concentrate on this battle. DVL has got the speed. It is Forza Racing in the OTK versus the Kart Republic. DPK Racing. Schaufler does not flinch. Two world-class junior drivers here. Reigning junior world champion, the Infinity driver. The Belgian looks back over his shoulder. We start lap 11 of 16. Jensen Burnett up into 6th now and puts in a purple sector faster than even the 2 leaders on your screen. Down into turn 5, perfect smooth line from the Belgian in P2. Bottas Wicheni still superb in P3. It's the pole for the French Soddy Kart racing team. Big news from the Soddy Kart team, appropriately with their signage in the background. Jean-Philippe Guignet, former European Junior Intercontinental A champion from up 2 decades ago. As we concentrate on this, DVL down the inside into the hotel hairpin, and the Belgian goes on through to take the race lead. Schaufler back to second, then the Soddy Kart just getting back to finish that point. We see the replay down the inside. He had the speed, it was inevitable. Jean-Philippe Guignet, newly announced as the team manager for the OK and OK Junior Direct Drive teams. And Florent Brizalion, together with CPB Sport, managing Soddy Kart in the KZ categories. Bottas Wicheni in the Soddy Kart, third, catching the Austrian in second, and the Belgian, the reigning junior world champion. He's pulling away though. Dries van Langendonk, pre-final B. The Belgian, the Austrian, and then the pole back to the Romanian. Bosco Arias is next. Jensen Burnett and Dean the Dutchman, last year's WSK Euro Series OK and Junior champion for AKM Motorsport, ahead of Sebastian Mins. That's Kralik, Letomaki, Kostoya, love it. Grich, Girardet, Samjic, Remick across the line up into P15. Ahead of Sun, Kowalczyk, Kerdal and Jesse Phillips down in 19th place. The reigning OKN Junior World Cup champion. Tough run for JP in the pre-final. We're down to 24 runners on lap 13. Rad is out, Oliver Shinmark is out. Bottas Wicheni not long out of the 60-minute category. And now closing up on the back of the orange Austrian, Nicholas Schaufler. DPK Racing, 2-time World Championship winning team. Pablo Diego Karting, based at the Asturias Oviedo circuit in the beautiful green north of Spain. Fernando Alonso, Circuito y Museo. The Spanish brothers, the Spanish team, Kart Republic with their Austrian driver. But the pole, Bottas Wicheni has got his measure. Nicholas Schaufler starting to struggle for grip ever so slightly. He's working the wheel slightly more aggressively. Bottas Wicheni in the Soddy Kart. Down into the hotel hairpin. He's got the speed, certainly, to match Schaufler, even quicker in fact. Denise van Langendonck's pulling away. He's on his way to victory in pre-final B and OKJ. Look at the car park on the infield. Reipold is out, Sun is out, Stadler, Jantarak the Troja, Paduta Goloff, Rujajero, the South African, Blandino, the WSK Champions Cup mini champion. He's out. Shimak and Rad from Romania is out as well. Victor in 3.63 for the Birrell Art Racing team. Will now lead to rely on results to make it through to the final. The penultimate lap about to be completed. Bottas Wisheni still superb in third. That's valuable points. We believe Roman Kamyab will start from pole position for the final. This is provisional. Put an asterisk beside this statement regardless what happens on this, the final lap. Even if Schaufler was to get by threes, which is unlikely, RK, pole position. Schaufler, if he finishes second, will start position 2 for the final. Ahead of Jack Eilef and Dean Hugendorn, 7th in this race now. But Dean the Dutchman to start grid 4 for the final later this afternoon. Again, that is provisional. DVL will win pre-final B though. Out of the hotel hairpin for the final time. The checkered flag waves and the Forza Racing driver takes victory. Schaufler second and will start second on the grid for the final this afternoon. Love it across the line with Kostoria, Gridge, Girardet, that's Remick. Head of Sun is Klada Kovalchik. Head of Jesse Phillips. Kurtal, Sun, Waltz under investigation, Kanish Grau, Teo Palmer. And Henry Carter crosses the line behind Henry, Alex Brunner-Gosner. That's the final finisher. The highlights of pre-final B off the start. Schaufler from Kostoya. Carnage took out a good half dozen carts in the early stages of the race. Schaufler, the early race leader. Bottas up into second place. Nice pass from the pole. Getting the better of BCC, who was back to P3. But Therese van Langendonck picked them off one at a time, down into the hotel hairpin. He just was too quick. The rubber going down on the circuit here on a warm day. Round 1 of the WSK Euro Series. Therese van Langendonck takes victory in pre-final B for OKJ. Belgian from the Austrian, the pole in third. Jensen Burnett for Fusion Motorsport. The driver from Toronto in Canada comes home for. That's a superb drive from JB. Bosco Arias, the first Spaniard. BCC 6. Dean the Dutchman, 7th, and that's grid 4 for the final. Sebastian Mins, Ariane Kralik, and Sebastian Letamaki ahead of Kostoya in 10th place. Jesse Phillips, 17th. The reigning OKN Junior World Cup champion fights back after a messy start to finish in 17th place. Roman Kamyab, his perfect weekend will continue for the moment at least. Provisionally, he will start from pole position for the final later this afternoon. Just 2 pre-finals remaining here. Pre-final A and B for OK. A beautiful summer's day here at FRANCIACORTA as the temperature reaches 32 degrees. Pre-final A in just a moment. But firstly, let's check out some of the highlights from this week in OK here at FRANCIACORTA. Fabulous images here from OK this week at FRANCIACORTA, round 1 of the WSK Euro Series. 2 pre-finals remaining here this morning. It's a pleasure to have your company in this, the 19th season of WSK Promotion World Competition, as we look towards 2025. Yes, next year, 2 decades. WSK Promotion, our 20th anniversary season, and we've got some big things in store. Let's take a look at the pre-final for OK. Yes, stay tuned. Scott Lindblom, the driver to beat. He was 3rd in the world last year at this very circuit. He won in OK Junior in the Euro Series at this event 12 months ago. He starts on pole position for Fusion Motorsport. DCC out of 2. The Oakman out of 3. Salim Hanna, El Colombiano. Andrea Dupe, the Kart Republic Premier Racing drivers together. Wirral out of 6. Kantan 7. Carras on debut has been great this week. Luis Francis, Michael Ida, Il Bresciano, Jean Carras. Then it's Volta, Kansei, Shimek, Lee, Austin, alongside Bernaldi, Kuklanet, Boluet, the Belgian, the second Belgian, Donaldson, Andrea Volpato, and Emma Scarborough from Atlanta, Georgia, USA on debut in WSK from Grid 21. Watch the Oakman on the inside second row of the grid. It's Scott on pole position for Fusion Motorsport. No chance this time. Scott Lindblom electing to start from the outside front row. Here's the pole sitter. He has the choice, so trying to get the run out of grid 2. It's his choice. He's on pole. He made the choice to start to the right of your screen on the outside to try and get the engine RPM and the run. Scott Lindblom, fastest qualifier 48 hours ago of 46.201. Kai Rilliards has been in great form, now driving for the Soddy Kart Racing Team. Here's the brilliant Belgian. There's multiple Belgians. There's one of them, the Oakman. Also Boluet, second in the Rotax Max Grand Finals at the end of last year. Bo for the Ward Racing Team, 209 in this heat. Kai Rilliards in his pre-final, I should say. Kai, another Belgian, he's in pre-final B for OK. The first Belgian is 239, Ian Eichmans. Alongside El Colombiano, it's DCC out of 2. And Scott Lindblom for Fusion Motorsport on pole position. He's chosen the outside front row. Pre-final A for OK, the WSK Euro Series. We race. Perfect tactic from the Swede. He takes the lead. Salim Hanna sends it up the inside. Not a good start for Eichmans, who's been passed by the racing Romanian. Eichmans gets him back. It's getting messy. We've got 2 karts off the road down into turn 5. Scott is gone. Lindblom, electing to start from grid 2, disappears down the road halfway through the opening lap of pre-final A for OK. Salim Hanna, El Colombiano in second place. Dives down the inside. Lewis launches through to second place. Wirral goes on through. The Forza Racing driver now ahead of the Premier Racing driver, the South American, then the Belgian. But it's the Swede in the lead. He's gone. Watch this from Wirral. Skates under brakes. Just sent it by the South American into second. Lewis Wirral's had a disappointing run this weekend. Has only just been inside the top 8 or so, has not had the speed, but boy has he found it overnight. Lewis from Lincolnshire in the King's England in second. The South American for the Premier Racing Team, Salim Hanna, and then the Oakman for Speedway Top BE in the Birolata. Salim takes him back. The Colombian says, no you don't, second place is mine. Here comes the Oakman. Lindblom crosses the line, 1.5 seconds clear, and puts in a purple lap as well. The response from the South American. There's his French teammate in the background, Andrea Dupert, ahead of Jean Carras, the French driver on debut in WSK and acquitting himself superbly. Vivek Kantan is out. The American has retired in turn 2. The remaining Americans are Austin Lee, who moves up to 10, and Emma Scarborough, she's in 17th. So 1.5 seconds between Scott Lindblom and Salim Hanna. Last time 1.7, and a 47.733 for Scott. Fusion Motorsport had given their Swedish driver a missile this weekend. Lightning quick is Scott Lindblom, the third generation racer. 47.733. Eichmann still in 4, Dupé in 5. There's Andrea and Jean Caras. Jean coming from the NSK, the French Championship, on debut in WSK. And now under attack from DCC, who fires it down the inside. Nicely done by the Romanian. Thomas Cansey, another French driver. Michael Ida, Il Bresciano, Austin Lee, who'll be racing next week in the Rotax Max Euro Trophy in Senior Max. He's making his debut for the Forza Racing team in WSK. And the American-German with Filipino heritage is now knocking on the door of the top 10. Head of Andrea Volpato, who's come from the back of the grid. Voda, Loet, Bernoldi, Emma Scarborough, Donatan. Filippo, the final runner, after Dominic Šimek joins Vivek Kantan as the 2 retirements. Salim in 2nd, Luis, and then it's Ian. Andrea P5 for the Prema Racing team. Another purple lap from Lindblom. The gap is 2 seconds dead. Lindblom has left the building. Look at this fight. Outrageous between Volpato, Luet, Bernoldi, Luis Francis, Emma Scarborough, Vujicic Voda, Austin Lee after that great start, the second American, back into 19th with Filippo Donatan. Purple sector from David Cosman Christopher, the Romanian behind, the first of the multiple French drivers, Andrea Dupé. There's Volpato going through for the M2 Racing team. Good try, bravo Andrea Volpato. 13ª posizione, 13th place from the back of the grid. Half race distance coming up. Scott Lindblom in control this weekend. He's taken pole position in the WSK Euro Series the past 3 years in a row for different teams. Carly Cart, Tony Cart, and this weekend for the Fusion Motorsport team, that's a Cart Republic. P1 untouchable. Half race distance. Now he's controlling the pace. It's 2.2 seconds. This is Lewis Werrell. Super quick. He's the English driver. WSK Final Cup champion as well at this very circuit at the end of last year in OKJ. It's his first year in OK Senior. Salim Hanna, the 2022 WSK Open Cup champion. That was for RFM, would you believe? It seems a lifetime ago. It was only, well, not even 2 years ago he won OK Junior at South Garda Karting Lonato. There's Eichmanns. He's been caught by Andrea Dupé. The multiple French drivers, Jean Caras, Thomas Cansey, Philippe Caras. Catching the back of the Belgian, who's still in P4 for the Birillard Racing team. Jean Caras, 47 dead, almost into the 46ers. Quicker even than the race leader. But surely Scott Lindblom is controlling the pace. Eichmanns under attack from the first French driver, Andrea Dupé. Look at the rubber line being painted onto the circuit. That was Beaulouet going through ahead of Andrea Volpato. Dupé down the inside and takes the Oakman for P4. Now the Belgian under attack from DCC. Ian Eichmans, who took pole position in round 2 of the Australian Karting Championship at the Eastern Lions Circuit north of Melbourne for the FRANCIACORTA team a couple of months ago. It was a long trip, painfully long. Fortunately, Emirates made it better. He took pole position a couple of months ago. He is the reigning WSK Supermaster Series champion. They've developed the Birrell S15 chassis, a last-minute entry in the WSK Euro Series. He's just been passed, though, also by Jean Cadas. And Thomas Cansay, another French driver, also trying to go on through. Good drive from Thomas. Tony Kart Racing Team driver, 223, powered by Vortex, of course. The former team of Scott Lindblom. Remember, he won the corresponding race here at FRANCIACORTA 12 months ago for the Tony Kart Racing Team. In OK Junior, third in the World Championships at this very circuit. He loves, obviously, FRANCIACORTA. Scott Lindblom, pole position in qualifying with a 46.201, has dominated the heats, untouchable. 3 heat victories from 3 starts after taking pole position, led pole position, started from grid 2 in this, the pre-final, and now he's 4 laps away from victory. Out of the hotel hairpin, as Cuclanet, Loet, Volpato, Boda, Emma Scarborough, Austin Lee, the 2 Americans, Bernoldi, the South American, and Filippo Donatan. Lindblom, surely the favourite for the final later this afternoon. However, we've still got OK pre-final B at the conclusion of this one. Lewis Francis, P11, goes purple into the 46ers comfortably now. As Caras going through. That's Andrea Volpato, the M2 Racing Team in the Gillard. Cuclanet, Boluet, Wojciech Folder from Poland, and Emma Scarborough. Fusion Motorsport. What a package. What a driver. Scott Lindblom, untouchable so far this weekend. It is an IAME Power Kart Republic. Fusion Motorsport, how many British championships have they won over the years? Just quickly trying to rack the memory if they've ever won a WSK title or even race. I'll stand corrected, but I think if Scott can do the job this afternoon, certainly it won't be easy, but it would be their first ever championship. As I say, I'll stand corrected on that. Regardless, they have shown they are able to mix it. They are mixing it. In fact, they're beating the best in the world here this morning. Scott Lindblom, P1, the gap is 2.6 seconds. Third generation racer, his father Jan, racing in the Swedish Touring Car Championships, the Swedish Formula 3 Championships 2 decades ago. His grandfather, European motocross champion back in the 1980s, way before Scott was born. Another fastest lap from Francis, 46.744. Lindblom's backed it off though. 2 laps remaining. Salima, Lewis, Andrea Dupé, and DCC in 5. Across the line, 2.6 kilometres to race. There's Eichmans, Thomas Cansay, Ida, Philippe Cadas, Lewis Francis, Roland Cuclanet, and Bo Louet, both for the Ward Racing Team. You're looking at the race leader, Scott Lindblom from Sweden, throwing the Kart Republic around at the highest part of the circuit. Across the line at 128 kilometres an hour. That's just at the start-finish line. They're topping more than 130 as they go uphill into turn 2. Down the back straight at 115 just before they break into the hotel hairpin. Salim Hanna now going defensive on Lewis Werrell. Last lap, the Swede in the lead. Scott Lindblom, Il Colombiano, and Lewis from Lincolnshire for the Forza Racing Team. Another purple sector from Lewis Francis. The Australians have finished P11. The gap 2.7 seconds. Scott Lindblom, pole position 48 hours ago when he scorched around the FRANCIACORTA circuit in a time of 46.2. 3 heats, 3 victories. Pole position for the pre-final. Victory in the pre-final. He will shortly start from pole position for the final later this afternoon in the WSK Euro Series. Scott Lindblom for Fusion Motorsport dominates to win the pre-final here this morning. El Colombiano Salim Hanna Hernandez P2 and Lewis Werrell third. As Kuklane Boluet crosses the line. Vujicic Voda just takes Andrea Volpato, Bernaldi, Emma Scarborough, Austin Lee and Filippo Donatan for the CRG Racing Team as the final finisher. We'll take a look at the highlights of pre-final A. Scott Lindblom electing to start from the outside front row of the grid. Disappeared into the lead, did the Swede, and from there they didn't see which way the Fusion Motorsport driver went. Werrell fighting with Salim Hanna. Eichmann's fourth early on. Salim fought back and would ultimately finish ahead of the Englishman. Hanna pulling away to establish just enough of the gap that Werrell couldn't attack. Great ride from Andrea Duque for the Prema Racing Team to finish P4. Out front, Lindblom, untouchable, takes victory by just under 3 seconds. Salim Hanna in second, Lewis Werrell in third, Andrea Duque, DCC in 5, that's David Cosma Christopher. Jean Caras, great debut in WSK, the second French driver home. Eichmann's, can't say, Michael Eder, and Lewis Francis, who was consistently setting fastest laps of the race. The Australian in 10th place. Our final pre-final of the morning for pre-final B. We've had 11, or we will have 11. This is the 11th. We've had 10. Great to have your company here from FRANCIACORTA. 245 drivers from 48 nations around the world. The kart's about to come onto the circuit, led by the Frenchman Andy Consani. Our final pre-final, round 1, the WSK Euro Series here at FRANCIACORTA. So this is the grid. Andy on pole position. Zach out of 2. Marcus Silkunas, Kai Ruliatz out of 4. Ludovico Busso, Jakub Mikhailov, Augustin Sepulveda, Al Paxoy also with Fusion Motorsport. Jan Boshoff, the South African on debut in WSK, as is the American Blake Nash. Guy Elbag, Kolovas, Rocchio, Santino Panetta, Manolis. Look at the Greek drivers joining us in WSK now. Ortoloni, Jensen Graham, Mark Brovko, Vasilios Apostolidis, and Tobias Fisa out of grid 20. Jana Pascal, the Afrikaner, she is out of grid 21 on debut in WSK. Our final pre-final of the morning here. Andy Consani, the French driver, the French team, the French kart on pole position. Pre-final B for OK. We don't race. This time we race. Marcus Ilkunas shoots up into second place. Nice start from the Lithuanian. Ludovico Puso for the Birolard Racing Team. P3, P4, P5. An initial good getaway from the Italian, but he's losing momentum. Andy Consani from pole position has got the race lead. It's his Belgian teammate Kai Rilliards in P4. Down the back straight for the first time. Zach in P3 is Drummond. That's Rilliards ahead of Puso. Big dive down the inside by Guy Elbag. Going on through is the Israeli. Nice start from Guy. He's up into 7th place ahead of Gino Rocchio and the American Blake Nash. Wian Boschhoff. P10 on debut is the South African. A clean start after 2 attempts for our final pre-final of the morning. Andy Consani in the Sodi Kart Sigma goes down the back straight, head down behind the steering wheel. TM Power 2-4-3 for NDC. There's Puso. 2-3-0 in the Birolard in P5. It's Sodi Kart, CRG, and Zach in the Paralin. Kai Rilliards in the second French machine. Puso Sepulveda. In great form is Augustin, the Chilean driver for the Spanish DPK Racing Team. Head of Guy Elbag. Blake Nash up into 8th. The Nash Motorsports driver, the winner of the first ever OKN National Championship held anywhere in the world. As Zach on the attack. Drummond, the Glaswegian, dives down the inside. And the Paralin driver goes on through. Kai almost goes by and takes Marcus as well. Puso watches on in P5. Kai up onto the back of Marcus. Rides up on the Lithuanian. Was almost the end of both of their races. Right there and then. This was just a few moments ago. Zach with a nice move into second place. Puso in the Birolard, the beneficiary. He's up into 3rd. Nice driving from Ludovico. Sepulveda, the Chilean, the South American, in 4th place. Kai Rilliards lucky to be in the race. That's Guy Elbag, just ahead of Gino Rocchio for the Monster K factory team of Yuri Serafini. Ortolani goes by Wian Boschhoff. Kolovos, Mikhailov, Jensen Graham, Albak Soy. 2:15 in position 15. Manolas, Brovko, Jana Pascal. She's in 18th ahead of Apostolidis, Panetta and Tobias Visa. Just a few moments ago, riding up on the ripple strip, riding up on the back of the CRG of Marcus Ilkunas. Kai Rilliards has crossed the line in position 5. Wow, it was almost the end of the Belgians' race. Zach on the attack. The Glaswegian sends it. Don't mess with the Scotsman. Drummond goes on through. He takes the lead from Andy Consani. Fabulous pass. Straight as an arrow. Consani with no response. And Drummond with the race lead, the 2-time British mini champion. New helmet this weekend for Zach. That's surely worth 0.2 of a second. You can see the Scottish flag flying proudly on the top of Drummond's helmet. They may have been knocked out already of Euro 2024. But boy, they'll be celebrating in Glasgow if Drummond takes victory in the WSK Euro Series here this weekend. The Paralin driver goes purple as well, a 46.922. Fastest on circuit, he pulls away a 46.7. 0.3 of a second away from the Frenchman. Down out of turn 5. Kai Rilliarts with a purple sector as well. 0.709. The Zach attack. Drummond has left the building. Consani has got no response at the moment for the Brits. There's Busso in P3 from several better. Kai Rilliarts, Guy Elbag, Rockio, Silkunas, Kolovas, and Blake Nash, the American, in 10th place. Half race distance as Andy stares behind. Back to Ludovico Busso. The gap just over a second between the Frenchman and the Italian. But it's the wee Scotsman in P1. Half race distance, our final pre-final of the morning, round 1 of the WSK Euro Series. Into the hairpin, there's Busso, there's Kai Rilliarts with the Chilean just behind him. The rest of the field poured down the back straight. Nash, Ortolani, Mikhailov, Oxoy, Boshov, Graham, Manolis, Brovko, Pascal. Jana's ahead of Vasilios. Panetta is next. And Tobias Fisa in the Czech Republic rounds out the field. Andy Consani, 2.43, Kai Rilliarts, 2.42. There's the Belgian coming on through the Chilean just behind. And it's Guy Elbag, Kolovas, the Greek up into 7. 3 Greek drivers in this heat alone. Increasing number of drivers from the other side of the Adriatic Sea. The ancient civilization of Greece. Well, they've got a future in world karting, now into double figures in terms of numbers. Representatives racing in WSK. Kolovas in 7th. Manolis on debut. Here this weekend is Ludaukas. And Vasilios Apostolidis, who was vice champion in the WSK Open Series in OKN Junior at La Conca Murolocese. Behind Karol Pashovic, having his first run in OK. Here's Vasilios, the AKM Motorsport team driver, currently in 19th place. Dive down the inside, it looked to be Boshov going through on Kolovas. In fact, it was Alpaksoy, the Turk, takes the Maltese driver, Jakub Mikhailov. Kolovas just behind them, Wian Boshov, former Rotax mini champion of South Africa. Zach 1 second clear in a 46.6. Lap 11 of 16. Marcus Silkunas going through, the Lithuanian who was in second initially. Has fallen back to 7th place ahead of Gino Rocchio. Blake Nash still in P9. The Nash Motorsports driver. Zach 46.571. Front 6 in fact, quite a gap between all of them. Basically 1 second between Zach Drummond and Andy Consani, another second between the Frenchman and the Italian. They are all spread out, just trying to get it to the checkered flag here. 21 starters in our final pre-final this morning. Counting to turn 5, basically a second between each driver. Going back to Marcus Silkunas, who's behind the Israeli Guy Elbag. Guy racing with us at Wackersdorf in the second round of the Rotax Max Euro Trophy a couple of weeks ago. And next weekend, we're back here at FRANCIACORTA for the Rotax Max Euro Trophy third round presented by WSK Promotion for the first time. See Guy back on track in the Rotax Max Senior class at this, the FRANCIACORTA circuit. Built in 2020, replacing what was originally just a small rental car circuit. Porsche taking over control and ownership of the nearby car racing circuit, rebuilding it into a world-class facility. Porsche driver training centre, also hosting events including a round of the Porsche Carrera Cup Italian Championship last year. Round 1 of the WSK Euro Series. The Scotsman, the Frenchman, that's the Italian Bussol, the Belgian Kai Rilliarts, Sepulveda, the first non-European, the Chilean in P5, albeit for the Spanish DPK racing team. Penultimate lap of the race. The Scottish flag on the top of the new Arai helmet of Zach Drummond. He will join provisionally Scott Lindblom on the front row of the grid for the final later this afternoon. That is the new DIR design helmet of Zach. It's brought him luck. The Scottish flag on top. It will be a Scottish-Swedish front row of the grid almost certainly for the final. Drummond, 1.6 seconds clear. Andy Consani, Pulsar, Rilliard, Sepulveda, Albag, Silkunas, Rocchio, Nash, and Ortolani ahead of Alpac Soy in position 10. The Paralympic Motorsport driver, the two-time British mini champion. Well, Scotland may have been knocked out of Euro 2024, but they'll be celebrating later on today at Stuart Cassidy's house. It'll be winner, Husraus dinner, I should say. If you know, you know. Zach the Glaswegian takes victory. Drummond with the victory. Kansani second, Pulsar, Rilliard, Sepulveda, Guy Elbag in P6. Scott Lindblom, pole position for the final. Round 1, the WSK Euro Series later today. Zach Drummond with pre-final victory. Just over Andy Consani will join the Swede on the front row of the grid for the final. Andy Consani initially with the race lead from Markus Silkunas. Great start from the Lithuanian in the CRG. Drummond going by and taking second place. This was the moment that almost ended the race between Kai Rilliarts and Silkunas. They did recover. Zach on the attack went by Andy into P1 and then disappeared down the road. Ludovico Bussol finishing in P3, but Drummond, the Scotsman, P1. Drummond with the victory. Scott Lindblom wins pre-final A and Drummond pre-final B. It will be a Scottish-Swedish front row of the grid for the final. Consani, Bussol in third place. Kai Rilliarts, Sepulveda, Albag, Silkunas, Rocchio. Great drive on debut in WSK for the Nash Motorsports driver Blake. And Alpac Soy, first time with Fusion Motorsport. The Turk in 10th place. The grids are now set for round 1 of the WSK Euro Series. Our first final is in just over 20 minutes from now. 20 minutes past 1, just about 15 minutes from now, in fact, for the Mini Under 10 final, followed by Mini Group 3, OKN Junior, OKN, OK Junior, and the OK Final at 10 to 4 later this afternoon. We'll take a very short break. We'll see you back here in 15 minutes at FRANCIACORTA for the finals, round 1 of the WSK Euro Series. We'll see you shortly.
Come back to me. Come back to me. Come back to me. Come back to me. Come back to me.
Summertime here in the north of Italy, the 19th season of WSK Promotion World Competition, and the series which dates back to 2010 and includes such legendary names as Nick De Vries, Marco Ardigo, Lando Norris, Max Verstappen, Lorenzo Travistenuto, Andrea Antonelli, to name just a few of the WSK Euro Series champions. Good afternoon and welcome to FRANCIACORTA. This is round 1 of 2 for 2024. This weekend here in the north of Italy, and then at Sarno on the 29th of September. 2 rounds for 2024 WSK Euro Series. We raced the 11 pre-finals this morning. We have set the grid for the 6 finals later immediately this afternoon, I should say. Mini under 10, that is our first final, as you can see by the graphic on your screen. Before we race, let's check out some of the highlights from this week here at FRANCIACORTA. .245 drivers from 48 nations around the world. Mini under 10 at the end of heats and pre-finals, though. It is the Italian Nicolo Pedigo who will start on pole position for the first of our pre-finals here in just a moment. You can see the graphic on your screen. A beautiful sunny day, 32 degrees Celsius, and beautiful summertime sunshine. The FRANCIACORTA circuit, built in 2020, just as 4th year of operation, already establishing itself as one of the fastest circuits in the world. You can see the karts are on the grid. Nicolo Pedigo to the left of your screen, Leon Chilidze to the right. Last year the champion, Daniel Miron Lorente from Alexander Legenki and Antoine Vanon. 1, 2, 3 in the Mini Under 10 Euro Series. We'll have a new champion, that's for sure, in 2024. Nicolo Pedigo has already won 3 WSK titles. He won the season opening Champions Cup, the Supermaster Series, and recently at La Concomuro Lecce, the WSK Open Series. 36 Mini Under 10 drivers on the grid here in beautiful summertime sunshine here at the FRANCIACORTA circuit. 1 lap is 7/8 of a mile approximately. That is 1.3 kilometres for the rest of us outside the United Kingdom and the United States. Super quick, and even the Mini Under 10 drivers are topping over 100 kilometres an hour as they cross the line. Round 1 of 2 for 2024, the 19th season of WSK Promotion World Competition. Nicolo Pedigo to start on pole position. Leon Chilidze to start out of grid 2. To the right of your screen is the Georgian, looking to score an upset. There is a double meaning in what I've just told you as the 1 minute board goes up. You saw the small nation of Georgia, the ex-Soviet region of Georgia, kick out or defeat Cristiano Ronaldo's Portugal 2-0 in Euro 2024. Leon Chilidze from Georgia, looking to make it a fabulous week for his home nation. He starts out of grid 2 for team driver. That's Leon, 5.49, ahead of David Moscardi now for team driver. The field set off on the formation lap, and we'll take a look at the grid. Pedigo on pole position, Leon out of grid 2. Mason Robertson, the 3rd generation Scotsman, he was the fastest qualifier. Starts out of grid 3 alongside Moscardi. Super Lolo Bras, it's LDP out of 5. Antonio Yanni out of grid 6 in the CRG. Mark Lumetz, Janone and the Spino Project Racing Team Energy, Ari Kallenberg from the Emirates, and Stefan Martseppen out of Grid 10. Liam Nachawati on debut in WSK the American, Rocco Simone, Lilingan, Sen Lindemann, DDF, Khan Tatsuna, JK from WA, Platon Kovtunenko, Acton and Jano Pujol from the south of France. Javi Lazaro, Elton Head 4s, Shuol, Princess Ava out of 24. Robert Pulbert, Alexander Shiloh, Piscopol, Pedro Campos, Victor Gorun and Andreas Papagiorgio out of Grid 30. John Hahn, Elias Zajic, Daniel Pasquale, Andreas Drugao, Enzo Stambo, the American, and Alexandros Iliopoulos, the CRG of one of the many Greeks here on the final grid position. The second generation racer, Nicolo Pericol, starts on pole position, son of WRC rally driver Alessandro Pericol. Leon Chalitze flying the flag for the small nation of Georgia. They defeated Cristiano Ronaldo's Portugal 2-0 in Euro 2024 a couple of days ago. Leon looking to cause another upset here this afternoon. The WSK Euro Series. Pericol on pole position. He's pushed by Mason. The Italian leads them up to the line. We race. Robertson right behind Pericol as the field go racing up into turn 1 and 2. Good start by Di Pietrantonio and also Mark Lumetz. Also Stefan Martseppen making places already early on. Mason right on the back of Nicolo as the front three start to pull away. Martseppen on the outside. Lumetz is there. Ari Kallenberg as well. The leading trio, a reasonably clean start for the moment. As Nicolo Pericol from the two baby race team drivers. Mason Robertson in P2. Mason down the inside. Robertson rockets into the lead. That's his teammate, Lorenzo Di Pietrantonio, who follows him on through, tries to make a team baby race first and second place. But it's the Italians who follow the Scotsman from Barcelona. Mason, the fastest qualifier, goes P1. Baby race first and third. Pericol in second. Leon, the Georgian, from the outside front row of the grid, back in fourth place, having to defend from Moscardi. Lumetz, Yanni, Martseppen, Pujol, and the Canadian Rocco Simone. Robertson races into the lead. Super Lolo Price sends it down the inside. Lorenzo Di Pietrantonio makes a team baby race. First and second place. Pericol, the three-time WSK champion, already from the start of 2024. Back into P3. Robertson with a nice lead already. Shake and bake. He needs his teammate to defend. Cal Norton Jr. style. He can't do it for the moment though. Pericol back in front of Di Pietrantonio. The Scotsman from the two Italians, the Georgian in fourth. Down out of turn 5 on lap 3 of 10, the mini under 10 final. Robertson, the third generation racer, his father Stuart, still decades on, holds multiple lap records in Formula Ford in Great Britain. World-renowned race engineer, watching on from pit lane. His boy leads the mini under 10 final in the WSK Euro Series. Leon for team driver and Moscardi just behind. Pericol has to defend there because Lorenzo tries to take Nicolo for second place. Here comes Leon for team driver. We start lap 4. Moscardi's on the charge as well. That's David, non-David there, ahead of Yanni, Lumetz, Jan Pujol, Martseppen, and Rocco Simone. 1, 2, 3, and 4 trying to break away from David Moscardi. Robertson has to defend, needs help from Lorenzo, his baby race teammate. The two Italians, second and third, leaves the door open. Lorenzo down the inside. Leon, the Georgian, follows him on through. Pericol's in trouble here. Was trying to attack Robertson. And now it's Moscardi trying to take the second generation racer. Moscardi goes on through in 5:50. That's exactly what Mason needed. The gap is 4/10 of a second, but critically, it's to his baby race teammate, Lorenzo Di Pietrantonio. Leon in 5:49, still in his battle is the Georgian. Half race distance in the mini under 10 final here. Round 1 of the WSK Euro Series for 2024. Move down the inside. It's getting worse for Pettigol. He falls back to P6. Yanni goes up on through. Antonio Yanni in the CRG. Tries to go through to position 3. He's done it. The Polish Italian takes both the team drivers. Pettigol's back to 6 around the outside. Can't do it. Pettigol back to 6. Team baby race. First and second place. Robertson has been caught up by his teammate Lorenzo Di Pietrantonio. LDP on the back of Mason, the Scotsman. This is lap 6 of 10. The mini under 10 final here, round 1 of the WSK Euro Series at FRANCIACORTA. The sun is shining. It is 32 degrees Celsius. It's a beautiful summer's day here in the north of Italy. Forgive the cliche of the action. You can see it's white hot here at FRANCIACORTA. Yanni in the CRG, position 3. The Polish Italian behind the Roman, but it's the Scotsman from Barcelona, the third generation racer who took pole position 48 hours ago, who goes P1. Robertson, tight line, 101 k's an hour. Pettigol back to 5 and in trouble. Leon goes on through. The Georgian back on the podium. Robertson a 53.565 in time to qualifying. Almost 1 second off that in-race pace. But critically, he's got P1. There's Yanni back in P4. In the CRG, Pettigol, Moscardi back to Jarno Pujol. Ari Kallenberg from the Emirates. Behind Jarno from the south of France. Pujol from grid 20 is carving up through the field, trying to drag himself into this battle. That's Pujol at the top of your screen. What a drive from the Frenchman. Pettigol back into P4. Now just a step off the podium. 3 laps to race. Still Robertson, Di Pietrantonio. 102 k's an hour for LDP in P2. Leon from Nicolo. And it's Moscardi, Yanni, Kallenberg, Lazzaro. What a drive from Xavi. He's come from grid 23 to be in P9 for the SM Racing team. The second generation racer, Xavi Lazzaro, for the SM Racing team ahead of Platon Kovtunenko, Rocco Simone, DDF, and Liam Nachawati, the American on debut in WSK. Down the back straight, Mason stares back to his teammate. That's of some comfort. Pettigol still off the podium. 2 laps to race, the mini under 10 final. Across the line, the gap not between first and second, but between Lorenzo and Leon. For second and third, it's 1 second. Pettigol can't get by the Georgian. Still team baby race. Mason pulls out slightly from his teammate. Was despondent after he went wheel to wheel with Pettigol in one of the heats yesterday, as Nicolo goes up into 3rd place. Boy, team baby race have found something here this afternoon. For the final, the Scotsman, the Roman, Il Bergamaschino, Nicolo Pettigol now up onto the podium. Leon back to 4, the Georgian. Moscardi, Yanni, Pujol from grid 20 into 7th. He's not out of this, although he is running out of time. Last lap of the mini under 10 final. Surely this is Mason's. Leon Chalitze from Georgia, looking to emulate his country's national football team after their stunning upset, defeating Portugal 2-0 2 nights ago in Euro 2024. At the moment, he's on the podium. Now he just falls off it. Pedico goes wheel to wheel with Leon. Yanni, watch in the background. Pujol tried to drag himself into this. There is Jano, there is Yanni in the CRG. Moscardi in 5.50. Team Baby Race will surely win this. Mason down the back straight for the final time. Pedico fighting for the podium. Watch Yanni, watch Pujol in the background. Watch the Scotsman. Mason magnificent. Robertson wins round 1 of the WSK Euro Series here at FRANCIACORTA. Team Baby Race, first and second place. Pedico third. Wow! What a race in the WSK Euro Series. The Scotsman wins. Mason pole position on Friday. Mason Robertson breaks through for a spectacular victory in the WSK Euro Series here at Short France. Robertson wins. Super Lolo Brass makes it a Team Baby Race 1 and 2. Pedico on the podium. Listen to this. Moscardi was fourth behind Nicolo. The gap 0.07 of a second. Pedico from pole position as Mason slotted into second place. Mason down the back straight, a perfect move early on. Robertson pressured early on. He was helped by his Roman teammate going through to take position 2. Pedico falling back off the podium. Moscardi, Leon Chelice, heartbreak for the Georgian after fighting for the victory, would ultimately finish in P6. That was him on the outside of his Italian teammate. Pedico for a moment was back to P6. Antonio Yanni in the CRG was briefly through to P3. Down the back straight for the final time. Yanni sent it, would finish P5, but Team Baby Race dominate here at FRANCIACORTA. Mason from Lorenzo, and the Scotsman wins. A stunning mini under 10 final to kick off the afternoon here at FRANCIACORTA, round 1 of the WSK Euro Series. Robertson wins for Scotland. Then the Italian Di Pietro Antonio Pedico, third Moscardi. Yanni, Leon Chelice, brilliant performance all weekend. Jano Pujol, what to drive from grid 20 from the south of France, home in 7th place. Great debut for the German Brit from the Emirates, Ari Kallenberg, coming home 8th. Kovtunenko and Xavi Lazarou in 10th place. Just the 2 non-finishers, Sen Lindemann and Mark Lumetz, they were out early. 34 of the 36 drivers, they kept it clean for the final. Mason was untouchable. The Scotsman wins here at FRANCIACORTA. If I'm not mistaken, for the first time in WSK. He stood on the podium before, but this is his first victory in the WSK Euro Series. Stay with us at the podium presentation for the mini under 10 final in just a moment. The podium for an absolutely thrilling under 10 final here for round one of the WSK Euro Series. He's won 3 times the title in 2024, but not this afternoon. Still alive. In third place, the Italian for Team Energy Corse, Niccolò Perico. A brilliant performance here all weekend. In second place, the Roman, Lorenzo Di Pietrantonio. A breakthrough victory in the WSK Euro Series 14 baby race. The Scotsman from Barcelona. Let's hear it for the winner, Mason Robertson. And representing the winning team baby race, Alessandro Cartieri. We call on Signora Bruna Viapiano, Assessore allo Sport, to present the third place trophy to Niccolò Perico. Signora Bruna Viapiano presents the second place trophy to Lorenzo Di Pietrantonio. The winner of round one, the WSK Euro Series here at FRANCIACORTA, let's hear it, Mason Robertson! And the winning team baby race represented by Alessandro Cartieri. The national anthem of Scotland. Podium for the mini under 10 final. Third place, Niccolò Perico. Second place, Lorenzo Di Pietrantonio. And the winner for the first time in the WSK Euro Series, Mason Robertson. Stay with us on WSK, the mini Group 3 final in just a moment. fabulous start to the afternoon just a few moments ago with a mini under 10 final. Mini Group 3 promises to be just as spectacular here at FRANCIACORTA. DML, he won the Euro Series in under 10 last year. He starts on pole position for the mini Group 3 category. First, the highlights from what's taken place this week here at FRANCIACORTA. Daniel Miro Lorente, he won the WSK Euro Series 12 months ago. That was in mini under 10. This is the original mini category, 60-minute Group 3. That's the FIA classification. And DML starts on pole position for the final. There is the Dutchman from Costa Blanca in Spain. To the right of your screen, the Indonesian Oli Sini for the Tony Kart Racing team. Just a moment or two before the start. Great to have your company here this afternoon. This is round 1 of 2, the WSK Euro Series. Finally, it is summertime here in the north of Italy. We think back to the season opening WSK Champions Cup, the 21st day of January 2024. It was a freezing cold day just up l'Autostrada on the freeway. As you look at Joele Girardello in 574, Albert Tan just behind. This is the 19th season of WSK Promotion World Competition, the season opener. Yes, the Champions Cup, when we were all complaining about how cold it was. 32 degrees Celsius here in Lombardia as we look north towards Switzerland. Although we can't see it, obviously, but it is in that direction. The breeze is picking up. The sun is shining. We are ready to race over 10 laps, the 60-minute Group 3 final. Daniel Midon Lorente to the left of your screen for team driver. Oliver Sini to the right for the Tony Kart Racing team. 36 karts on the grid, ready to race round 1 of 2, the 2024 WSK Euro Series here at FRANCIACORTA. This is l'Autodromo, or the car racing circuit, the Porsche driver facility, recently purchased and rebuilt completely by Porsche. World-class driver training facility. In action virtually every day of the year, also hosting racing, including a round of the Porsche Carrera Cup Championship of Italy in 2023. Let's take a look at the grid. It's DML on pole position. Oliver Sini, the Indonesian, out of 2. The first of the Mexicans, Santiago Diaz, out of grid 3, alongside Joele Girardello. Kuski out of 5, Tom out of 6, Sandro Trusho and Mini Kutskov out of 8. The Russian ahead of the Ukrainian Alexander Legangi, Antonia Chepa in the Lenzo kart out of 10. Julian Frost, nearly a great pre-final this morning. He's alongside Lorenzo Leopardi. Lucas Palacio from Washington, D.C. Nikita Botta, the Ukrainian from Costa Blanca in Spain. Stixon, then it's JK, DeValst, Shea, Garfiace, another Mexican, and Achille Ria, who won here 12 months ago in the Supermaster Series. Henri, the Kleine Kumpen, alongside Carlucci, the WSK Open Series champions, Tenra Tashki, Nani Lazarus, another Mexican, Emiliano Hernandez, Ebchi, Kolovas, Martufi, and Luca Mutalon. Seva, Osachi Shuslowski, Sebastian Rydell, Chase from Canada, Vilo, Luigi Diascoli, and Alessandro Vano. 590 on grid 36. Luigi Diascoli, LA Motorsport, the top left of your screen, slots into position trying to get a run. You look at the Dutchman for team driver in P1. This is FRANCIACORTA. This is the WSK Euro Series. This is the mini Group 3 final. It's the Dutchman from Costa Blanca in Spain who leads them up to the line. We race! Half of the field at the back of the pack have missed the start badly, almost stalling out of the hotel hairpin. No problem for DML, he goes P1. Vamos! El Mexicano Santiago Diaz into second place, into third place. Górski, the pole, sends it down the inside of turn 5. And the Tony Kart Racing driver goes through to second place. Nani has missed the start badly, as has Luigi Diascoli. Half of the field, they're spread out drastically around the circuit. Miron Lorente, the Dutchman from the pole, team driver from the Tony Kart Racing team pilot, who's already won multiple times in WSK, powered by Vortex, into the hotel hairpin. But it's the Miami-powered Kart Republic of the team driver, Daniel Miron Lorente, who leads them across the line for the first time. Is Santiago, the middle of your screen, the first of the 3 Mexicans in the field. At the moment, he's in P3. Girardello, Legenki, last year's WSK Champions Cup champion. The Ukrainian from Albertan, Kutskov, Khrushchev, Otchepa, and Julian Frasnelli ahead of the second Ukrainian, Nikita Botte. Jason Kosmopoulos was another driver who missed the start badly, as was Rutska Evci, Manuel Martufi. They're all still circulating, but way down the bottom of the field. The first 4 pull away. Górski, that's not an attack for the lead. Or it is! Oh, he was defending from the Mexican. And Santiago, shake and bake. Cal Norton Jr. style. Different teams, but he made it stick. Daniel into second place. Górski was not expecting to make a move. He was defending, but the Mexican helped the pole. It has cost him though, because Girardello has gone on by, and Daniel back into P1. Górski from first, back into 4th place in 2 corners. Fighting there with Alexander Legenki. Came from grid 9, 588. Look at the front spoiler of the Ukrainian's kart. Let's just say it does not look in pristine condition. Let's hope it's just a visual illusion. His teammate still runs in P1. Here's Khrushchev, the French-American in the background as Daniel defends. Santiago, vamos! El Mexicano back into P2. We start lap 4. The front 5 from the Netherlands, Mexico, Poland, here in Italy, and the Ukrainian as well. That order has already been made redundant before I finish the sentence. Daniel is skipping away as 3rd, 4th and 5th fight. And Khrushchev, former SCUSA winter champion, a French-American, dragging himself into this battle as well. Otchepa, the pole, the second pole. He's in the Lenzo kart, he's not out of this either. As Santiago falls back to P5. Approaching half race distance, Daniel Miron Lorente, last year's mini under 10 WSK Euro Series champion. Trying to go 2 years in a row in different categories. The Dutchman from the pole, the Ukrainian, that's his team driver teammate, Alexander Legenki in 3rd. Girardello and the Mexican, the first of the 3 Mexicans in the mini Group 3 final. Now being caught by the French-American, Alessandro Khrushchev, Frasnelli, Tam, Mini Kutskov, and Antonio Chepa ahead of Lucas Palacio, the driver from Washington, D.C. in the United States of America, as you look at the Ukrainian down the inside, and team driver go 1-2. Górski back to 3, now Górski back to 2nd. Girardello follows him on through, Daniel skipping away. They are at risk of losing touch with the race leader who started from pole position. Górski for the Tony Kart Racing team in 2nd place. Just from Joel Girardello, Legenki, Santiago Diaz. The gap is half a second. Girardello in a parallel, gets the run on the Tony Kart. Legenki behind Santiago, now under attack from the French-American Alessandro Truchot. Legenki down the inside. Joelle closes the door. Now he gets Górski for second place. They fight, and DML disappears down the road. Into the hotel hairpin. They will lose touch with Daniel. He will win if they're not careful. That's Santiago 5-1-2. Frasnelli time. Truchot's in 5. The gap still only 0.7 of a second. They're still within touching distance of the Dutchman. The most raucous fans in Euro 2024, no doubt, are the Oranges. Daniel Miron Lorente, if we conveniently ignore the fact that he does live in Costa Blanca in Spain, multiple WSK champion already, but if he does win, it will be the Dutch national anthem, which rings out here in the north of Italy. He's been caught though by Górski. Needs help from his Ukrainian teammate, Alexander Legenki, who's in third place. Jumps out of the seat, 2 laps now remaining as they cross the line. Sorry, 3. This is lap 8 of 10. So has to hold on for 3.9 kilometers. The gap still 0.7 of a second. Albert Tam with a 54 dead. Fastest on circuit, Girardello. Truchot goes side by side, and that's cost all 3 of them. They're 4 wide in the background. DML, Górski, and Alessandro Truchot, who's come from grid 7 to be provisionally up onto the podium. Team driver, the Iami-powered Kart Republic, the Vortex-powered Tony Kart in second. Truchot, the Iami-powered Paralin Opportunity, that's his teammate, Frasnelli, who pulled off some outrageous moves in the pre-final this morning. A step off the podium, Legenki's next. The penultimate lap of the mini Group 3 final. Round 1, the WSK Euro Series 2024. Down into turn 5 for the penultimate time. The gap 0.8 of a second. An attack from Truchot would cost both he and Leo Górski any chance of catching Daniel Miron Lorente. DML 1, Górski 2. Alessandro Truchot, Scusa Pro Tour winter champion from 2023. In third place for Team Baby Race behind the Tony Kart factory driver. He defends. Look at the teammates in the background. Frasnelli and the Mexican Santiago. Kutzkov, Girardello and Albert Tam. Dit is de laatste ronde voor Daniel Miron Lorente in de eerste positie. L'ultima vuelta para Daniel Miron Lorente. The Dutchman from Spain, P1. The gap's 1 second. Górski's defending. Daniel will win. Truchot is attacking the back of Leo Górski. And the pole sitter for team drivers skipping away. He's gone. He's on his way to victory. Daniel Miron Lorente, he won the WSK Euro Series in under 10 last year. He's going to take victory in the first round for 2024. Górski defends. Look at Legenki. That's Frasnelli in the background. Legenki down the inside. Daniel wins. Daniel Miron Lorente takes victory in round 1 of the WSK Euro Series. Górski second, Legenki third, as Truchot off into the grass onto the final corner. Daniel wins. Miron Lorente van links naar rechts. The winner van the Netherlands. Miron Lorente, this is provision. Victory by 2.7 seconds. This is how he did it. From pole position, led the field down. Górski, the pole, briefly into the lead. Great start from Santiago Diaz, who was fighting for the podium, ultimately would finish down in 8th position. The field fought superbly. Górski, multiple WSK race winner already. He'll miss the top step, but does finish in P2 with some magical defending. Into the hotel hairpin for the final time. LG in P2, Truchel off the road. DML unstoppable, and the gap was almost 3 seconds. Górski's happy with that. And Leganki in position 3 for a team driver, 1st and 3rd. Daniel Miron Lorente takes victory by 2.7 seconds. Leo Górski in P2. Alexander Leganki has crossed the line in 3rd place. However, as we alluded to during our coverage, there is the classification. That is provisional. His front spoiler, well, it might be in place. It looked as though it's just done 500 miles at Talladega, though. He crosses the line in 3rd from Truchel, Frasnelli, Girardello, Kutzkov. Santiago was 8th from Albertam. And the Indonesian, Oliver Sini, who started on the outside front row of the grid, heads home. Lucas Palacio for the final position inside the top 10. Stay with us on WSK, the podium presentation from FRANCIACORTA in just a moment. Another stunning mini Group 3 final here in round 1 of the WSK Euro Series. In 3rd place, the Ukrainian 4-team driver, Alexander Leganki. Second place from Poland for the Tony Kart Racing team, Leo Górski. Last year's Mini Under-10 champion takes victory in round 1 of the WSK Euro Series. The Dutchman from Costa Blanca in Spain, 4-team driver, Daniel Miron Lorente. And representing team driver, David Delucchi. Mr. Artunghi, City Councillor Consigliere Comunale, to present the third place trophy to Alexander Legenki. Second place to Leo Gorski of Poland. Mr. Marco Artunghi will present the winning trophy to the Dutchman for team driver, Daniel Miron Lorente. And representing his own winning team driver, David Toluki. The national anthem of the Netherlands. The podium for Mini Group 3 here at round 1 of the WSK Euro Series. Third place, Alexander Legenki. Second, Leo Gorski. And the winner from the Netherlands, Daniel Miron Lorente. Stay with us on WSK.it. We continue racing the Euro Series live from FRANCIACORTA in just a moment.
Now we won't go back home today, until the very last hour. We still got a few more days to slay, It's gonna get so much louder. Now we're here to take control over your body and over your soul. We're gonna take back everything and lose it all. Lose it all. Lose it all. Feel it in your arms. Feel it in your legs. Feel it on your fingertips and feel it in your head. Just let your body go. Just let your body go. Just let your body go and move to the rhythm.
Back here at FRANCIACORTA as we work our way through round 1 of the WSK Euro Series. OKN Junior, an oversubscribed field. We've got 36 karts on the grid ready to race. The final to decide the second ever champion in OKN Junior. Before we race the final, which will see Billy Van Staveren back in form, starting on pole position, let's check out some of the highlights from this week here at FRANCIACORTA. was Dean the Dutchman Hoogendoorn who took the title, the WSK Euro Series in 2023 over Jesse Phillips and Bruno Grich. Those three drivers are racing this weekend here this afternoon, however, in OKJ. This is OKN, so let's explain that. OK, that's original kart. J, obviously for junior, and N, it's the new designation or the newly designed category from the FIA, N signifying national. It is an international event though, the Euro Series. The internationality of it, we've got a Dutchman on pole alongside a Slovakian who took pole in time qualifying, the Brazilian on the second row of the grid alongside the Frenchman, and then the two Italians on the third row of the grid. We'll take a look at the grid for you in just a moment. Still a few moments before the start. Threat of thunderstorms last night, that did not eventuate, just a few drops of rain, which dissipated virtually as soon as it hit the circuit. This FRANCIACORTA circuit, Stefano Bonara and Raffaele doing a super job to organise this massive event. That is the Porsche Driver Training Centre, the FRANCIACORTA racing circuit, rebuilt, retaken over by Porsche a couple of years ago. Now a world-class Porsche Driver Training Centre, also hosting some racing as well, including a round of the Porsche Carrera Cup Italian Championship in 2023. Billy Van Staveren on pole position for this, the OKN Junior Final. Alex Malotta, he took pole position in time qualifying. A time of 47.913. 36 karts on the grid. What a tremendous sight this is. Towards the mountains, which at the start of the year here in Lombardia, on Lombardy, we're covered in snow. No chance of that today. 32 degrees Celsius. Beautifully warm conditions here in summertime. The 19th season of WSK Promotion World Competition. We are incidentally back here next week, 7 days' time, for round 3 of the 2024 Rotax Euro Trophy, presented for the first time by WSK Promotion. After the season launch at Campillos with the Winter Cup in the south of Spain, where it rained. What is it? The rain in Spain falls mainly on, well, it did that weekend in Campillos, the first round. This is the 19th season of WSK Promotion World Competition. Next year, 2025, we look forward to our 20th anniversary. The 22nd circuit we have ever raced at, FRANCIACORTA. Just a few moments before the start, that's BVS to the left of your screen on pole position. A tough couple of years for the young Dutchman. After being a star in 60 Mini, taking multiple podiums. It's been a rough run in OKN Junior, but he's back in form. In de eerste positie, BVS van the Netherlands. Son of the 2012 world champion, Wes Van Staveren. And no, I'm not talking karting. Hoe gaat het, Wes? You can Google that. Billy's father. Okay, I won't keep you in suspense. He was world bodybuilding champion back over a decade ago. Billy Van Staveren, pole position. As we look back through the grid, that's Lorenzo D'Amico ahead of Sofia Povetsnaya. Multiple girls racing here this weekend, which is great to see. We've had a stunning run this morning by Victoria Farfus. A menina do Brazil, she was running in second for much of the race. Sofia Povetsnaya has also been in great form. Vanessa Shilkanyati, Maria Chiara Nardelli, Nefeli Kosmopoulos, Ella Hakkinen. Also in this, Amelia Vishomirska for the KRZ Motorsport team. One of the heats yesterday, 20 drivers in OKN Junior, and 6 of them were female. As you look at Maria Chiara Nardelli for the AKM Motorsport team of Marco and Andrea Antonelli. 709, Maria Chiara Nardelli ahead of Nefeli Kosmopoulos. Behind Vanessa Shilkanyati. Sofia Povetsnaya just a few positions ahead. It's a pleasure to have your company here this afternoon on a beautiful summer's day here in the north of Italy. FRANCIACORTA, round 1 of the WSK Euro Series for 2024. The second round of the championship, September 29. At the circuit, which is now more than 1 mile in length, which equates in metric to 1,670 metres. The newly reconstructed, extended and resurfaced Circuito Internazionale Napoletano circuit, September 29. Round 2 of this, the WSK Euro Series. The Southern Italian circuit also hosting later on at the end of October the 25th edition of the biggest race in the world, the 2024 Rotax Max Grand Finals. Just a few moments before the start, under the direction or the control of our race director, Mr. Alessandro Ferrari. In a few moments, the grid girls will leave the grid. Don't worry, they'll be back next week for the Rotax Max Euro Trophy. Just a few moments before the start. Billy Van Staveren, 734 to the left of your screen. BVS on pole position. Alex Malota for the Firefly Racing Team. The Slovakian in the 702. The Gillard took pole position in time qualifying a 47 at 913. He was second in the season opening WSK Champions Cup. He took victory at Sano in the Supermasters Series, aiming to be a winner here this afternoon, starting out of grid 2 in round 1 of the WSK Euro Series. The OKN Junior Final, the 1 minute board goes up. Great to have your company watching us live around the world from the FRANCIACORTA circuit in the north of Italy. The green flag flies. The OKN Junior engines fire into life. And with that, we'll take a look at the grid. Billy Van Staveren on pole position. Here's the Dutchman. Sebastian Frigelet is underway. Here's the Mexican. Alex Malota out of grid 2. Antonio Pizzonia from Brazil out of grid 3. Lucas Goodman out of 4. Giacomo Giusto, Ludovico Mazzola, Luba Roykov for Zanchi Motorsport. Via Piana, Adam Brilla and Joelle Carrera out of grid 10 for Scarpi Racing. Tonellini, and then the Australian, the two-time AKC champion Sebastian Escandari. Pietro Baguti, Vittoria Farfus, a menina do Brasil. El Madrileño, Nicholas Stanley, Bruno Blanco, Shang Shi, the second Australian out of 18. Yes, that is correct. Dondi and the Mexican Frigelet. Lorenzo D'Amico, Amelia Vijomirska, Vitva for Bosch Racing. Sofia Povetsnaya, Ella Hakkinen for Fusion Motorsport, Savadi Dudkowski, Pedrotti, Joseph Little, Bautista Pauneta, Vanessa Shilkanyati, Nardelli, Pilapenko, Emilio Tedesco, Natalie Cosmopoulos, Andrea Saka, and David Giannoni for the Monster K Factory team. BVS, Billy Van Staveren in the eerste positie. We race. Malota misses the start as the boy from Brazil. Pizzonia slots into second place. Giacomo Giusto for the Modern Car team follows him through, and he goes down into third. Lucas Bonholm in the Tony Kart, the Frenchman, holding position at the moment. But it's the Modern Car team driver van the Netherlands who goes P1, Billy Van Staveren, ahead of the Brazilian. A clean start for the OKN Junior Final. Good start also from Christian Tonellini in the Tony Kart. Has come from grid 11, already making up places. And we've got a change for the lead as they go down into the hotel hairpin. He doesn't wait. O menino do Brasil. Pizzonia goes on through. Wants to lead this. You think back to the Supermaster Series as Lucas Bonon goes up into third place. That storming drive where he came through to take his first ever WSK podium. And now the team driver goes P1. Viapiana's in there as well, as is Adam Brilla. The first few drivers pull away and then it gets messy. Bonholm, Viapiana, Brilla, Mazzola, Carrera, Tonolini, Sebastian ahead of Pietro Baguti in 12th place. This is lap 2 of 16. Billy Van Staveren back in P2. Pitsonia, the second generation racer, goes P1. Across the line, taps the helmet. Animated is the South American. Unperturbed is the Dutchman in 2. Justo. The Modena car team drivers second and third. Back to Lubo Roykov for Zunky Motorsport. Malotta back to 5. Alex Malotta, remember, starting on the outside front row of the grid. Viapiana, Bonholm, Brilla, Mazzola, Tonolini. Sebastian now moves up into 11th place. Perfect start from Pitsonia. Second in the WSK Open Series at La Conca Muro Lucchese World Circuit just over a month ago. But he goes P1 in round 1 of the WSK Euro Series. The Modena car, Parolin, second and third. The Dutchman, then the Indian Italian. But it's a South American for team driver who flashes across the line at 117 k's an hour. 122 for Alex Malotta as he gets the slipstream from Lubo Roykov. The Bulgarian in 4th place. The Slovakian just behind. Alex will be disappointed with that start, but he's still got time. He started from grid 2. He's back in P5. He's got Valerio Viapiana breathing down his neck, who's also followed by the Frenchman, Lucas Bonhomme. Then a gap back to Brilla, Mazzola, Sebastian now into P10. We know the Ward Racing driver has got speed this weekend. There's Escandati for Ward Racing. He's broken clear. That's critical. Blanco, Tonolini, Baguti behind. Move down the inside. Lucas Bonhomme with a deep do not argue. And the Frenchman charges up to P6. Lap 5 of 16, the OKN Junior Final. We're getting news that Ella Häkkinen, who's had a disappointing start, she's down in 33rd position. But not only that, she's also under investigation. Pitsonia with a wide line. The gap, 0.2 of a second. Back to Billy Van Staveren. Giacomo Giusto, his Modena Racing teammate, goes purple. They have to worry about Lubo Roykov for Zunky Motorsports. Viapiana, P5, Bonholm, Malotta, Mazzola, Brilla, and Sebastian Escandati. Mazzola also under investigation. Ludovico in position 8. But he and Ella Häkkinen are both under investigation. Pitsonia with a 48.548. Pulls out ever so slightly. BVS in P1. Valerio Viapiana in P5. Teammate to the Brazilian who leads the race, Antonio Pitsonia. 2 WSK podiums in his short career. Skates under brakes. We'll check the gap last time. It was out to almost 0.4 of a second. The BBS finds some momentum. Roykov with a 48.3. Sebastian's flying. Escandati up into 9, goes purple. The Australian is carving up through the field. He's now behind Mazzola, who himself is under investigation. The Ward Racing driver, who last year, there's confirmation, the bottom left of your screen, he won the WSK Mini Super Cup, has just gone faster even than the 4 drivers on your screen who lead the OKN Junior Final. Pitsonia, superb, controls the pace, puts in a purple sector as well. There's Sebastian at the top of your screen, the Ward Racing driver, behind Mazzola, ahead of Adam Brilla, Blanco, Tonolini, Nicholas Stanley, the American from Madrid in Spain for the Sicilian Tingamoto, who's having his first ever junior race here this weekend. He now moves up into 12th. Under investigation, Ella Häkkinen and Mazzola. Scrap that. They've both been given penalties. Ella 5 seconds, and Mazzola, who crosses the line in 9, but a 3-second penalty puts the Italian to 13th place. He's effectively out of it. Pizzonia, perfect at the moment. Team driver, Modena Kart. And then Zanchi Motorsport, Luba Roykov. You saw Giacomo Giusto, the Indian Italian, just signaling to his mechanic who stands down on the side of the hill there. Luba Roykov for Zanchi Motorsport being mentored this weekend by none other than the legendary two-time world champion, Alessandro Manetti. One of the greats, one of the greatest, in fact, of all time. Looking to make a comeback in KZ2 Masters later on in the year. Alessandro Manetti watching on from pit lane. His Bulgarian Charger, P4 at the moment for Zanchi Motorsport. There's Malotta in P5 under attack from Viapiana, Bonholm and Sebastian Escandati. Nicholas Stanley going on through. Move in the background, the three Tony Karts racing together. Tonellini, remember Mazzola is effectively out of it with a 3-second penalty. Malotta in P5, they're running out of time. The Brazilian's been perfect so far. Up into turn 2. Two parallels at Tony Kart, but it's the Miami powered Kart Republic in P1. Luba Roykov at Zanchi Motorsport. At the moment, the Bulgarian is a step off the podium. Following in the footsteps of his countryman, former WSK champion and now Formula 3 race winner, Nikola Zolov. Luba Roykov, also from Bulgaria. There he is for Zanchi Motorsport. Malotta, head of Viapiana. Sebastian trying to make a move, but the Australian is running out of time to take the podium. We start lap 11 of 16. There's Escandati, has now gone through into position 7. Victoria Farfus, the Iron Dane, goes through. She's had a fabulous weekend. She's running 15 behind Pietro Baguti, who finished second in the recent WSK Open Series at La Conca. Ran in second place in the pre-final, the second generation racer, Victoria Farfus. A menina do Brasil, but at the moment, o menino do Brasil, Antonio Pizzonia, is in position 1. He's controlled the pace since the end of the first lap, when he overtook Beli van Staveren. That was Farfus going through. Head of Fricciolai, Nardelli, D'Amico, Zeng, Kovetsnaya. It looks as though the Modena drivers have no response for Pizzonia. Perfect, 0.4 of a second. Ahead of the pole sitter, Billy van Staveren, driving as hard as he possibly can in 7.34. Van the Netherlands, Van Lengst, naar rechts. The Dutchman trying to catch the Brazilian. It was an emotional podium for Pizzonia earlier on in the season at this very circuit, when he finished P3 in the WSK Supermaster Series, particularly after a dreadful run in qualifying. Came back through, drove superbly. Now he's got the lead, and now he's got 3 laps between himself and a maiden victory in WSK World Competition. The gap's out to 0.5 of a second. Antonio Pizzonia, his father Antonio Sr., still racing karts in the United States of America and Brazil these days, nervously watching on from pit lane. He raced against the world's best for Jaguar and Williams in Formula 1. His boy, Antonio Jr., is just 2.5 laps away from what will be an incredible breakthrough WSK victory. Down the back straight, in unison, the Paralin drivers look back to the Bulgarian Luba Roykov. 2 laps, Antonio stares behind, back to BBS, Giacomo Giusto. There's Baguti going through, that's Vittoria Farfus. Pietro in 14th, Vittoria just a position behind. Penultimate lap, the gap 0.6 of a second. We can hear you cheering from down there in South America. Bom dia a nossos amigos assistindo no Brasil. Your boy, is surely on his way to victory here this afternoon. Just over a lap remaining. The gap is out to 0.7 of a second. I'm getting ahead of myself. This is now the penultimate lap of the race. Down to 0.6 of a second. Sorry to get you excited, South America. Billy takes a 10th out of the South American. That's Van Staveren. Still an awesome return to form for BBS. Just off for Modern Kart. And Luba Roykov for Zanki Motorsport. At the moment in P4. Then it's Malata, Viapiana. Eskandari in 7th. Last lap next time round. The gap 0.67 of a second. Van Staveren, PBS closes up this time. This is the last lap of the race. Across the line at 118 k's an hour, 121 for Justo. They still fight for the positions inside the top 10. The gap stays at 0.6 of a second. Down into turn 5 for the final time. The Modern Karts, the Paralympic duo, 2nd and 3rd. It's the South American who's controlled the pace from the opening lap of the race. He comes down the top of the hill for the final time. What a victory this would be. The second generation racer. His father Antonio raced against the world's best for Williams and Jaguar in Formula 1. He knows he's done it. The checkered flag is about to wave. O menino do Brasil, the boy from Brazil, has won in WSK. Pizzonia takes the victory. Billy Van Staveren 2nd. Welcome back, BBS. And Jackie Justo on the podium in 3rd. Bom dia, Brazil! Pizzonia wins! Antonio Pizzonia has won for the first time in WSK. This is how he did it. Billy Van Staveren from pole position. A perfect start from the Dutchman. Before the end of the first lap though, the South American sent it from 2nd to go through to take the lead. The gap wasn't so much, only 3/4 of a second. He controlled the pace, not one single error. Untouchable. Pizzonia takes victory. Billy Van Staveren, welcome back. Great to see the Dutchman on the podium, and Jackie Justo punches the air. He'll be delighted with 3rd place here today. Luba Roykov, P4, just misses the podium after a fabulous performance all weekend. Malota, fastest qualifier, but P5 this afternoon. Great recovery for Sebastian Eskandari. Blanco Stanley, first ever junior race for the American. Tonellini and Mazzola, despite that 3-second penalty, Jana Racing driver finishes P10. Brilla, Baguti, Vittoria, the Iron Dame. 13th ahead of Frijolet. Maria Chiara Nardelli, bravissima anche a lei. Chen, Carrera, Sofia Povetsnaya. D'Amico, the second Australian, Fianchy in 20th place. Well, we've had a genuine, with respect to my friend Rodrigo Franca, momento velocidade here at FRANCIACORTA. Antonio Pizzonia will stand on the top step of the podium. The presentation from FRANCIACORTA in just a moment. An incredible OKN Junior podium, and we've got a new race winner for the first time in the WSK Euro Series. Round one here at FRANCIACORTA, the Italian for the Modena Kart racing team, Giacomo Giusto. Welcome back into form. It's been a long time, but it's great to have him back on the podium. He started out a pole position. He's had a great weekend. Second place, van the Netherlands, Billy van Staveren. He finished an emotional third here in the Supermaster Series. You know you're going to hear the magical words in just a moment. His first ever WSK victory for team driver, O Menino do Brasil, the boy from Brazil, Antonio Pizzonia! And representing his own winning team driver, David Delucchi. Mr. Ezio Casaletti, Vice Sindaco di Castrazzato, the Vice Mayor of Castrazzato, presents the third place trophy to Giacomo Giusto. Van Links naar rechts, van the Netherlands. Welcome back to the podium, Billy van Staveren. We can hear you cheering from South America. This is a Momento Velocidade, the winner, round one of the WSK Euro Series, Antonio Pizzonia! And representing his own team driver, David Delucchi. The national anthem of Brazil. The podium for round one of the WSK Euro Series, Giacomo Giusto, Billy van Staveren, Antonio Pizzonia. Stay with us on WSK.it. The OKN final live from FRANCIACORTA in just a moment. Back here at FRANCIACORTA as we work our way through the afternoon. OKN, their final in just a moment. Over 16 laps, the kart's on the grid to be led away by the Turk. Batti yielded him. Firstly, though, let's check out some of the highlights from OKN this week here at FRANCIACORTA. OKN, the kart's about to set off on their formation lap in just a moment. This is their final over 16 laps. Batti yielded him. He will start from pole position. He won this championship last year, the first ever running of OKN in WSK World Competition. The kart's set off on the formation lap. We'll take a look at the grid. Batti yielded him, looking to go 2 years in a row. He starts from pole position for the Modena kart team. Nicolas Marchese starts out of grid 2. Lamberto Ferrari, we'll speak about him. He won here at FRANCIACORTA at the end of last year. Franciszek Ciejilski. Ociepa, one of 3 Polish drivers alongside Maximilian Rafalik, who took pole position on Friday. Giovanni Torso from Sweden, Leon head 4s in the Modena Power DR kart. And on debut in WSK from the bottom of the world, it's the 2020 Rotax Mini Champion from South Africa, Cole Hewitson. He's driving the Lando Norris kart, 801 for Neil McKernan's Beyond Racing team. Has had some tremendous tussles throughout the heats and the pre-finals, particularly with the Swede Leon Hedfors. Batti yielded him, one of the increasing number of drivers from the other side of the Adriatic Sea in Turkey. Straight as you like. 804 for the Modena kart team. It's a Paralin powered by TM. OKN, the 16-lap final here at FRANCIACORTA. The Turk and the Italian on the front row of the grid. Lamberto pushes Batti up to the line. We race. Marchese shoots across to the inside only to find the bottle green machine of Lamberto Ferrari has stolen second place away from him. The Formula K which won here in the WSK Final Cup at the end of 2023, slots into second place. Bati Yildirim, the Turk, leads the way. Julius Ochepa from the inside third row of the grid goes on through. And the LKE-powered FRANCIACORTA third place, almost into fourth place. Big attack from the second team driver. The first, in fact, is Marquez. Launching down the inside, Franciszek Ciejilski, one of three Polish drivers in the field. There's Cole Hewitson on the outside, the South African trying to get the run. And he's gone on through in position 6, gets the better of Toso, Rafalik, and Leon Headforce. There's Leon right on the back of Maximilian, who was the fastest qualifier on Friday. Rafalik, last year's Polish OK Junior champion. Just ahead of Leon Headforce in the modern-powered DR car. This is the fight for the lead, the OKN final. And it's the Turk Bati Yildirim from Lamberto Ferrari. Julius Ochepa, he's the first pole. He's in position 3, the LKE-powered FRANCIACORTA. So it's TM Power in first and second, the LKE in third. Bati Yildirim leads them across the line for the first time. Sorry, for the third time, in fact. 123 kilometers an hour. Maximilian Rafalik still trying to find a way past Cole Hewitson, the South African on debut in WSK. Clean start for the OKN final. Lamberto Ferrari, he won here in the season-closing WSK Final Cup on a freezing cold day at the end of 2023 in November to close out the 18th season of last year, WSK's last year's season, the 18th season I should say. He did win the Final Cup. Julius Ochepa at the moment on the podium. Marquez at the moment, P4 is Nicolas. He was third in the WSK Open Series, which concluded at La Conca Muralachese World Circuit just over a month ago. And at the moment, Nicolas, ahead of Franciszek Ciejilski, the second of the three Polish drivers, just set a 48.538 fastest on circuit. Marquez at the moment, though, still off the podium. Bati Yildirim trying to escape away. He was one of 3 drivers from Turkey to win in WSK in 2023, along with Iskander Zulfikari and Alpak Soy, who are also racing here today in OK Junior and OK Senior, respectively. Those finals coming your way at the conclusion of this. We're on lap 5 of 16, the OKN final. This is where the inaugural OKN World Cup took place in 2023, the new initiative, or relatively new initiative of the FIA, with the incredible growth of world motorsport and world karting all around the world. It wasn't so long ago where if we had 20, 25 drivers in OK, that was not a bad field. Now we're regularly in international championships, getting 60, 70, 80 drivers, 66 in OK Junior alone here for round 1 of the WSK Euro Series. Admittedly, not the biggest field here this weekend for various reasons, but still class. Bati Yildirim leads this trio. Lamberto Ferrari in the Formula K. Julius Ochepa in the Lenzo kart. Michele Lenzo, the Sicilian team owner, who won the 2011 KZ2 World Cup at Genk in Belgium with the Dutch driver Joey Hansen. Now powered by LKE, his own team, and they're in third place. That's Marquez just behind for the KRZ Motorsport team. Super competitive outfit. Multiple, countless Polish national championships, including OK Junior in 2023. Maximilian Rafalik taking last year's Polish championship in OKJ. That's Cole Hewitson for the Beyond Racing team. The South African, the increasing number of South Africans racing with us. As Julius Ochepa down the inside goes on through into position 2. Nicely done J.O. with the KO on Lamberto Ferrari. The Formula K was in the marbles. He's lost momentum as well. Look at the rubber building up here on a beautiful summer's day here in the north of Italy. Batti Yildirim now with some space. 7/10 of a second assist. Here comes Nicolas. Third in the WSK Open Series. Look at this, down into turn 5. Ferrari was in the marbles. And with that, Nicolas Marchesi has closed up right onto the back of the WSK Final Cup winner from 2023. Sends it down the inside. Ferrari back to 4. That's the second pole. Franciszek Ciejilski, the KRZ Motorsports. Rafalik just behind his KRZ Motorsport teammate with a purple sector. He was the fastest qualifier 48 hours ago with a 47.405. Maximilian, head of Cole Hewitson, Giovanni Toso, and Leon Headforce. Better showing here this afternoon from Cole Hewitson, former South African Rotax Mini champion. Most recently, just a few weeks ago, racing in the Western Cape Championships in Kalani in South Africa, in Cape Town. Along with William Boshoff, Jana Pascal, increasing numbers of South African drivers here with his in WSK. We can say the same for the Turks as well. Batti Yildirim half race distance from Turkey has got the race lead for the Modena car team. 8.04, the Paralymp powered by the TM. Julius Ochepa is catching though. The gap last time, 4/10 of a second. That's already come down. As you look at Ciejilski ahead of Maximilian Rafalik. The KRZ Motorsport teammates. Marchesi with a 48 dead, almost into the 47s. The gap 3/10 of a second now. Julius Ochepa, his countryman Karol Paszkiewicz for the Lenzo car team. It's an unusual geographic combination. But Karol Paszkiewicz, also from Poland, the recent winner of the WSK Open Series. Multiple Polish drivers for the Sicilian team. And at the moment, Julius Ochepa looking to take back to Poland another WSK victory, driving a Sicilian Lenzo kart. The LKE power plant loses some time that time in that sector. Still stays at just 3/10 of a second though. But the problem is Nicolas Marchesi is right behind the pole in second place. We start lap 12 and we pass the 9-minute mark of this race. Nicolas down the inside. Oh, and the Italian's off the road. He runs up onto the back of Julius Ochepa. That's the end of his afternoon in terms of a podium. Julius Ochepa, is he walking wounded? He's in second. Lamberto Ferrari in the Formula K senses his opportunity here. We'll try and bring you a replay of what happened down into turn 1. Marchesi trying for second place. Look at this. Rides up over the back into the grass. Does well to hold on to it. Lamberto Ferrari. That's Maximilian Rafalik on the outside trying to get up onto the podium. He tries the outside. Ciejilski in the background as well. Incredibly, Marchesi's not out of this. Julius Ochepa fighting for his life in second place. Batti Yildirim has left the building. The Turk is gone as they fight for second. The Modena car team driver in the Paralymp has escaped down the road. He's going down through the right-hander onto the back straight. Now, Ferrari in the Formula K is sandwiched in between the two KRZ Motorsport team drivers. There's Cole Hewitson. Surely the South African, can he drag it onto the podium as well? The Wesley Orr Motorsport driver down in SA. Now this weekend with the Beyond Racing team of Neil McKernan and the Lando Norris kart. As they fight, he's not far out of this, as is Giovanni Toso. Leon Headforce too far back to attack. Almost off the road. Cole Hewitson goes on through. He's going to give it to Morden in the final laps of this race. On debut is the Afrikaner. Makes up the place. Julius Ochepa goes on through and escapes for the moment. Maximilian Rafalik simply says Shinkoya and escapes from this battle at the moment. The fastest qualifier. It would be some consolation if he could get the podium here this afternoon. Missed the pre-final this morning. Last year's OK Junior Champion of Poland. The KRZ Motorsport team driver. TM-powered Kart Republic, an unusual combination. Regardless, it's quick, it works. He's in P3 on this, the penultimate lap of the race. But he yielded him, won the WSK Euro Series in OKN in 2023 over Antonio Apicella and Federico Lenzo. And he's got just over a lap to take victory in round 1 of 2 for 2024. Ferrari, Marchese, Hewitson, Toso, Chechilski and Leon Headforce. As Batty yielded him, chokes the TM engine and starts his last 1.3 kilometres of FRANCIACORTA today. He's actually richening it up, I hope. Let's hope it's not a broken reed or something. He's still going quickly. Just bring it home, buddy. The gap slightly down. Only needs to choke it. The Paralin, powered by the TM, the Modena Kart Racing team, Julius, to finish in second place as they drive over the rubber here at FRANCIACORTA. Down into the hotel hairpin for the final time. Looks to the hill, looks to his team who are watching on. One corner remaining, that checkered flag is about to wave, but he yielded him. Last year's WSK Euro Series champion takes victory in round 1 for 2024. The pole, second and third, Julius Ochepa and Maximilian Rafalik. For KRZ Motorsport on the podium in third place. But he yielded him. Takes victory here this afternoon. With a perfect drive from pole position. Batty yielded him from pole position. We'll take a look at the highlights. Ferrari up into second place in the Formula K kart. Just did not quite have that last tenth of a second as Nicolas Marchese working his way on through. Ferrari tried to attack, but Batty yielded him. Had the pace. Julius Ochepa from third would go into second in the Lenzo kart. With that move right there down into turn 5. This was the moment that cost Nicolas Marchese any chance of a podium. Ultimately did recover to finish in 5th place. Julius Ochepa lucky to keep it going. Maximilian Rafalik, great recovery for the fastest qualifier. Good consolation for him this weekend. He's had a great few days here at FRANCIACORTA. Finishes in P3 for the KRZ Motorsport team. But the Modena kart driver from Turkey takes the victory. Batty yielded him, who won the WSK Euro Series in 2023, takes victory in round 1 of 2 for 2024. Julius and Maximilian the pole, second and third. Ferrari, Marchese, Cole Hewitson, the South African on debut in P5. The OKN final here, round one of the WSK Euro Series. He took pole position. It's a great result here this weekend for the pole. In third place, Maximilian Rafalik. In second place for the Lenzo kart racing team, also from Poland. Welcome back to the podium, Julius Ochepa. He won the series in 2023 and he takes victory in the first round of 2024 for the Modern Kart racing team from Turkey. Bati Yildirim. And representing the Modern Kart racing team, Jonathan Finocchi. Now I'd like to ask Mr. Luigi Coneo, Sindaco di Castrezzato, the mayor of Castrezzato town, to present the third place trophy to Maximilian Rafalik of Poland. Second place, also from Poland for the Lenzo kart racing team, Julius Ochepa. The winner of round one of the WSK Euro Series from Turkey, Bati Yildirim. And Mr. Jonathan Finocchi representing the winning Modern Kart racing team. The national anthem of Turkey. Round one of the WSK Euro Series. Third place, Maximilian Rafalik. Second, Julius Ochepa. And the winner from Turkey, Bati Yildirim. Stay with us on WSK.IT, the OK Junior and OK Finals in just a moment.
Africa,
Back here at FRANCIACORTA, the OK Junior Final, 66 carts arriving here in the north of Italy for round one. And Roman Kamyab, definitely the driver to beat. He starts on pole position. Before we race, let's check out some of the highlights from this week here at FRANCIACORTA. Stand by, I promise you this will be a spectacular final. That's if Roman does not run away with it. The chances of that are relatively, well, they're possible, but they're slim because we've got a world-class field here for round one of the WSK Euro Series. Roman took pole position 48 hours ago in time qualifying of 47.652. He shares the front row of the grid with the orange Austrian Niklas Schaufler. Just a few moments before the start, we race over 16 laps, just over 20 kilometres. One lap is 1.3 kilometres, just short of 7/8 of a mile. For our friends watching on live in the United Kingdom and the United States, and I think maybe about 3 or 4 countries that you've probably never heard of that refuse to embrace the metric system also. It is 1.3 kilometres, one lap of FRANCIACORTA. The British driver with the Persian origins for the proudly English team Ricky Flynn Motorsport. Niklas Schaufler, DPK Racing, different combinations. TM-powered Lando Norris kart out of one. Niklas Schaufler, the IAME-powered Kart Republic for Diego Pablo Karting out of grid 2. 36 karts on the grid. There is Roman to the left of your screen. There is Niklas to the right. The green flag flies and the karts are pushed into life. We'll take a look at the grid. It's RK on pole position alongside the orange Austrian Niklas Schaufler. Jack the Texan Eilif and Dean Hugendorn, the Dutchman who won last year's OKN Junior Euro Championships. One of the karts slow to get away at the back of the grid. Unprepared. We'll get back to that in a moment. Philippe Olsala, Botox Wishani on the third row of the grid. And it's Devon from heaven, Sebastian Mins, Kostoya, and Narata Endo from Japan out of 10. Henry Domain and Billy C, the WSK Supermaster Series mini champion from earlier in the year. Kalija, and then we go to BCC, Arian Kralik, the reigning junior world champion, DVL, and the Aussie Brit, it's JC out of 16. Jensen Burnett, the Canadian Bosco Adias, Mariano Lopez, and Money from Monte Carlo. Sebastian Leth Tamaki, Lewis Island, who's been brilliant on debut. Oscar Polbade, Archie Lovett, Zulfikari Blandino, Grich, Kanish Corral, Tobias Shaseni for the Hagman Racing Team. Paul Andriotis, who was the driver slow to get away. Roland Nage, Pancotti, Alois Girardet, Jesse Phillips, World Cup champion last year at this circuit. Rousseau and Remix Sanchik. RK on pole position, the OK Junior Final. We don't race. Paul Andriotis, unprepared for the start there. He is back on track though and underway in the 324 Ricky Flynn Motorsport kart. It's his teammate on pole position. One kart's going slowly on the start-finish straight, trying to make it back to pit lane, and unable to do so. It's Tobias Shitseni. Tobias Shazeni out, or in trouble at least, before the start of the race. The OK Junior Final, round 1, the WSK Euro Series. The Brit for the British team on pole position. Shazeni Tobias has stopped on the start-finish straight. Roman warms the Vega tyres on a warm summer's afternoon here at FRANCIACORTA. Round 1 of the WSK Euro Series. Filippo Sala holds back, trying to get a run on the back of Jack the Texan for the Forza Racing team on grid 3. Here's Remick at the back of the pack. Roman leads the field up to the line. We race. Perfectly timed start from the Brit. Jack sends it down the inside. Eilef on the inside of Schaufler, who's into the marbles. And the Austrian back into 4th place, 5th place in fact, as he comes under attack from Kostoya, who fires it down the inside. Roman is gone. A perfect start from the Brit from pole position. He's disappeared down the road as the rest of the field fight their way up the hill for the first time. Fantastic start from Roman Kamyab. Pole position 48 hours ago. A perfect run through the heats. He looks back. He can't believe the advantage at this early stage. Look at the Forza Racing drivers inside the top 10. Waltz, Eilef, and Jarrett Clark. Kamyab across the line for the first time, almost a second clear of the American. And that's Sala. Philip Hall, also for RFM, trying to go by Drew for position 2. Here comes the move down into turn 5. Waltz has that car dancing on the rubber line. Needs some momentum though, because Il Trentino, Filippo Sala will pounce. Schaufler back in 4 from Jack, and it's Bottas with Shenny. Kostoya, Van Langendonk, Mins, Domain, Endo, Kralik, Arias, Kosman, Christopher, ahead of Jarrett Clark and Jensen Bernat. William Kalija back to 17. Philip Hall goes on through Ricky Flynn Motorsport. They go 1-2. Devon has to be careful here because Schaufler is going to make a move imminently. The Austrian behind Jack. Sorry, behind Devon, I should say. Jack, his teammate, just a position behind the 2 Forza Racing drivers. Now in the centre of your screen, they follow the DPK Racing Austrian, Nicholas Schaufler, Ricky Flynn Motorsport, 1st and 2nd place. There's Schaufler. Waltz is 335, Eilef 330. Devon from Boise, Idaho. Here comes his Texan teammate, DVL in the background as well. The Forza Racing drivers on the charge. Bottas with Shenny, superb is the pole. In the Sonic Kart, he's right in this battle as well. In 6th place, he's got the reigning junior world champion, ZVL, also for the Forza Racing team, breathing down his neck. Sebastian Mins, also for RFM, inside the top 10. He's just behind Kostoya and Arata Endo. For Ward Racing from Japan, rounds out the 10. Schaufler trying to find some momentum here. He's got speed in the DPK Racing Kart Republic. Closes up already on Sala as the 2 teammates. DVL down the inside. That's Dries in 336. Takes Waltz in 335. Van Langendonk, the Belgian, dances by Devon Waltz, his American teammate. Sebastian Mins, the British Belgian, also for RFM, just watches on. Ahead of Endo, Kostoya and Bosco Arias, the 2 Spaniards, 10 and 11. Roman, 9/10 of a second clear. Archie Lubbett, quickest on circuit, also for the Forza Racing team, but the problem is he's down in 25th position. He's got last year's OKN Junior World Cup champion, Jesse Phillips, just behind. We start lap 6, the gap is 9/10 of a second, but he's Van Langendonk, fastest on circuit. Has to take the pole though, Bottas Wisheni. But Bottas has been super quick here this weekend. Just a second between the two Ricky Flynn Motorsport teammates. Roman Kamyab. He needs his Italian teammate, Filippo Sala. Talladega Night Style. He needs help as Boris down the inside. Up into P4. Filippo Sala needs to defend. Shake and bake, Cal Norton Jr. style. And let his proverbial teammate, Ricky Bobby, so to speak, you know what I'm saying, play defense for him. Schaufler's quick, as is Bottas. As we see Archie Lovett with a 3-second penalty board, that effectively is his afternoon over. Despite the fact that he is one of the quickest on the circuit. This is lap 7 of 16. Schaufler in position 3. Filippo Sala starting to find momentum and speed of his own. Ricky Flynn Motorsport first and second place. The gap 1.3 seconds. Maybe Roman doesn't need Filippo's help. Sala was sent off the circuit in the pre-final this morning. Fought back brilliantly. Now he's in second. Il Trentino. Filippo Sala, the Italian driver for the English team, who won 1-2. DPK Racing in third place with the orange Austrian, Nicolas Schaufler. That's DVL behind. The driver from Zolder in Belgium, the reigning junior world champion. On the back of the DPK Racing Kart Republic, rides the ripple strip. Does Van Langendonk. Behind is Jack Eilert, Bottas Wisheni. Here comes the attack from DVL. Schaufler, who had speed earlier on in the race, he's now losing time to Filippo Sala. Needs to send it down to second place. DVL down the inside. Dries Van Langendonk now up onto the podium in third place. The gap is 1.4 seconds between Roman Kamyab and Filippo Sala, the two Ricky Flynn Motorsport teammates. Roman has dominated here this weekend. It's a 1-2 at the moment, but DVL's quick, his left Schaufler behind. You know the move's coming up now into the hotel hairpin. Sala knows it too. He defends DVL. Jan met die banaan. And the Belgian takes the Italian. He splits the RFM duo. 6 laps to chase Roman. There's Schaufler. Jack, Boris, Arata Endo, Devon Waltz, Mins, and Bosco Arias, the first Spaniard in 10th place. The gap 1.8 seconds. Surely Kamyab can't lose it from here. 5.5 laps remaining, but he's got the reigning junior world champion chasing him down. Jack down the inside, and the Texan Eilert, nice pass. Has to defend though. Schaufler into the marbles. That's Wisheni just behind her. Arata Endo from the land of the rising sun. For Ward Racing, quick as well. Arata Endo in the Tony Kart. Trying to get up onto the podium. A victory is unlikely here this afternoon because Roman pulls out another 10th. Boris down the inside of Schaufler. Arata Endo, what a move! Around the outside, like a missile from Japan for Ward Racing. He takes the both of them. Just a brilliant pass from Arata Endo. Around the outside of Bottas Wisheni, who himself was trying to take Nicolas Schaufler. The Austrian falls back off the podium. Bottas Wisheni has to defend as Waltz goes into the marbles. 4 laps remaining, the OKJ final. Roman 1.5 seconds clear of the reigning junior world champion. Dries Van Langendonk is catching Roman, the Brit, for Ricky Flynn Motorsport. Down into turn 5. This is RK. He leads the way. Round 1 of 2, the WSK Euro Series for 2024. The rest of the field fighting on through. As you see, Lewis Island, ahead of William Kalija, Litamaki, Rolanage, Mariano Lopez, and that was Dean Hugentorn, who 12 months ago won the WSK Euro Series in OKN Junior. Dean the Dutchman ahead of Archie Lovett with that 3-second penalty. 1.4 seconds, another 10th from the Belgian. Cutting the gap to Roman, the Brit, for Ricky Flynn Motorsport. There are 20 drivers on the grid in the FIA Formula One World Championship, and 4 of them are Ricky Flynn Motorsport drivers. Oscar, Lando, Joe and Logan, 4 out of 20 drivers racing Formula One are Ricky Flynn Motorsport drivers. This is Roman, following in that brilliant tradition of Ricky's world-class team. RK P1 from DVL, the gap down to 1.1 seconds. Van Langendonk with a 47.966. He's the only driver under the 48-second bracket. DVL has cut almost a second out of Roman. Look at the graphic at the bottom left of your screen, 47.9. He's catching the Brit who has dominated this week here at FRANCIACORTA. 3.26. The TM-powered Lando Norris cut. DVL's catching him. On the circuit he knows oh so well, the reigning junior world champion. 2 laps remaining as they come across the line. Another purple sector from Dries. The gap 1 second. It was 1.9. This is the penultimate lap of the race. Surely he won't lose it from here. Roman controls the pace. The Brit, the Belgian, and the Italian, Filippo Sala, ahead of Jack Iliff. Arata Endo, that looks as though how it will finish in 1.5 laps time. Across the line at 124 kilometers an hour last time around. Down into the hotel hairpin for the final time, keeps it straight. There's Sala, skates under brakes with Jack, the Texan, right behind. That's Bottas in 7th, trying to get by Nicholas. This is the last lap of the OK Junior final here at FRANCIACORTA. Round 1 of the 2024 WSK Euro Series. Roman has dominated since the outset of qualifying when he took pole position on Friday with a 47.652. Dries van Langendonk has just done a 47.9, the fastest on circuit for the Forza Racing team. But the Belgian will run out of time to catch Roman. Ricky Flynn Motorsport, Forza Racing, the British team, or teams plural, they run 1-2. Into the hotel hairpin for the final time. Roman coming out for the British team. Ricky Flynn Motorsport has dominated round 1 of the WSK Euro Series. He wins here at FRANCIACORTA. Dries van Langendonk, a superb drive. Remember, he came from grid 14. 15 in fact. DVL carved through the field to finish second, and Filippo Sala makes it a Ricky Flynn Motorsport 1 and 3. Roman wins. Roman Kamya takes victory as we take a look at the highlights from pole position. Jack Iliff up into 2nd place. Dries van Langendonk coming from grid 15, carving his way through the field. Nicolas Schaeffler early on was in 3rd place, but DVL firstly going by his teammate. His 2nd teammate, Jack Iliff, in 3.30, would finish in 4th. That was the move where he went by the Austrian, Nicolas Schaeffler, who will be disappointed with 6th place after starting from grid 2. Bottas wish any superb form all weekend for the pole in the Sodi kart. The gap was 1.7 seconds. Dries van Langerdonk, with fastest lap after fastest lap, cut the gap down to just a few kart lengths, 6/10 of a second. Roman had it under control, and the Brit wins in the WSK Euro Series for the first time in OKJ. Ricky Flynn Motorsport first and third, split by the Belgian for Forza Racing. Roman Kamyab takes victory for RFM. Dries van Langerdonk from grid 15 finishes in a superb second. Sala, Jack the Texan. Rata Endo for World Racing P5. Schaufler, Wisheni, Sebastian Mins. Great drive from Seb Mins. Bosco Arias and JC. How about the Australian finishing in 10th place, just ahead of Waltz. Roman Kamyab, though, a deserving victor after taking pole position 48 hours ago. He'll stand on the top step of the podium. It will be the British national anthem that we'll bring out here at FRANCIACORTA in just a moment. Stay with us on WSK.IT, the podium presentation for OK Junior, live from FRANCIACORTA in just a moment. The podium for the OK Junior final, round one of the WSK Euro Series. It's the British teams who lock out the podium with the British, Belgian and the Italian drivers. In third place, the Italian for Ricky Flynn Motorsport, Filippo Sala. A stirring drive for Forza Racing. The Belgian to come home in position 2, Dries van Langerdonk. What a week for RK. He took pole position 48 hours ago. He has dominated here at FRANCIACORTA. The winner of the first round of the WSK Euro Series from Great Britain for Ricky Flynn Motorsport, Roman Kamyab. And representing the winning team, Ricky Flynn Motorsport, Scott Cheney. Chiamiamo il sindaco di Castrezzato, the mayor of here in Castrezzato, Mr. Luigi Coneo, to present the third place trophy to Filippo Sala. Second place to Dries van Langerdonk. Let's hear a huge round of applause for a deserved race winner from Great Britain for RFM, Roman Kamyab. And Scott Cheney representing Ricky Flynn Motorsport. The national anthem of Great Britain. Round 1, the WSK Euro Series, third place, Filippo Sala, second, Dries van Langerdonk. The winner here at FRANCIACORTA, Roman Kamyab. Stay with us on WSK.it. The OK final live from FRANCIACORTA in just a moment. Our final of the afternoon for OK. The cuts are on the circuit on a warm afternoon, 32 degrees Celsius, as you can see. It will be Scott Lindblom. He's the driver to beat. He has been unstoppable, but he's got 35 cuts who are trying to take position 1 away from him. The highlights firstly before we race of what has happened so far this week here at FRANCIACORTA. The OK final here, round 1 of the WSK Euro Series. Scott Lindblom, the driver to beat. He has taken pole position the last 3 years in a row. Different teams, different categories as well. Firstly in 2022 at nearby Lonato. That was for the CRG racing team. Last year, he took pole position in OK Junior and went on to win round 1 of the WSK Euro Series for the Tony Kart racing team. And now Scott, the third generation racer, just suiting up there. Pole position for Fusion Motorsport. Just a few moments prior to the start, great to have your company here on a sunny summer's afternoon here at FRANCIACORTA. Round 1 of 2 for 2024. The WSK Euro Series, the 19th season of WSK Promotion World Competition. As we look to a very big 2025, the 20th anniversary season of WSK World Motorsport. Stay tuned, next year will be big. The Swede and the Scot on the front row of the grid. Scott Lindblom, fastest qualifier and unbeatable so far this weekend in the heats and in the pre-final this morning as well. Zach Drummond though, the Glaswegian, outside front row, had a super run to win his pre-final this morning. Just a few moments prior to the start. On a warm afternoon, we race over 20 laps. It's 26 kilometres. 1 lap, 1.3 kilometres of this ferociously, deceptively fast FRANCIACORTA circuit. And about 30 degrees warmer than when we kicked off the 2024 season on the 21st of January, just up the road at the centre of the karting universe. South Garda Karting Lonato with the season opening WSK Champions Cup. This is the 19th season of WSK World Competition. We're back here in 7 days' time for round 3 of the 2024 Rotax Max Euro Trophy, presented for the first time by WSK Promotion. And in 14 days, 1 fortnight from now, we continue racing the 11th season of the world's most competitive junior motorsport series is the Italian F4 Championship. That's at Mugello before going to the south of France. Paul Ricard, the former home of the French Formula 1 Grand Prix, also for the Italian F4 Championship before the summer break. We look at the karts on the grid there. We unbosh off. You get a glimpse of the Africana 220 on debut in WSK. That's his Turkish teammate, Alp Aksoy. Actually, no, that's not correct. Similar colours. Sorry, Neil. We unbosh off for the Beyond Racing team and Alp Aksoy for the Fusion Motorsport team, who also start on pole position with Scott Lindblom. Great crowd in attendance here this afternoon. This promises to be a cracking race. As long as Scott, let's be honest, doesn't run away with this. He has had brilliant speed this weekend. It's a world-class field here, 245 drivers from 48 different nations. There to the right of your screen, that's the Oakman. You can see the familiar yellow arrow helmet, speedwear.be. He is the current WSK Supermaster Series champion. The Belgian starting on the outside third row of the grid. In the S15 Viral Art chassis. He's alongside Salim Hanna on the inside third row of the grid. Watch out for the second Belgian, Kai Rilliarts, 242 in the Soddy cart. The Swede, the Scot, front row of the grid from France and Romania on the second row. Salim Hanna from Colombia. There is Ian to the right of your screen. You look at Bernardo Bernoldi. If the helmet colours look familiar, his father Enrique Bernoldi from Brazil, former Arrows Formula 1 driver. Bernardo Bernoldi, BB. That's easier, isn't it? On the 16th row of the grid. We watch out for Lewis Werrell. Has had a tough weekend so far here at FRANCIACORTA. Just getting back to the two Belgians, Ian Eichmans out of grid 6. WSK Supermaster Series champion. There is Scott Lindblom on pole position. Kai Rilliarts just behind, 242 for the Soddy Kart Racing team. Starting alongside Andrea Dupé for the Prema Racing team. That's DW. He was in action earlier this afternoon, Drew. Kai Rilliarts, almost 400,000 followers on Instagram. Following his journey here, racing here this weekend, Kai Rilliarts has been in great form. Andy Consani also for the Soddy Kart Racing team. Critically on the inside as they race uphill into turn 1. This is Scott Lindblom for Fusion Motorsport. Third generation racer, the driver to beat here this weekend. Zach, the Glaswegian, on the outside front row of the grid. Drummond, the two-time British mini champion, pre-final winner here this morning. Has been on the podium multiple times in WSK World Competition. This would be a big victory if he can do it here this afternoon. The big stumbling block, though, for Zach is the driver to his right, to your left, Scott Lindblom. The 1 minute board goes up. We'll take a look at the grid. Scott Lindblom on pole position from Sweden. Zach Drummond from Glasgow in Scotland on the outside front row of the grid. This is round 1, the WSK Euro Series. Here on a warm summer's afternoon at FRANCIACORTA. The green flag flies. This is the grid for round 1 of the WSK Euro Series. Scott Lindblom on pole position alongside Zach Drummond. Second row of the grid, Andy Consani, DCC, out of grid 4. Salim Hanna and the WSK Supermaster Series champion, Ian Eichmans, on the third row of the grid. Kai Rilliarts, 242 in the Soddy kart, the second Belgian out of 7. Andrea Dupé, Marques Šilkunis in the CRGs, the Lithuanian. Ludovico Busso out of grid 10, also for the Viral Art Racing team. Lewis Werrell, grid 11, but has struggled surprisingly this week. Sepulveda for the DPK Racing team. Alpaxoy also for the Fusion Motorsport team. Karas, superb on debut in WSK. Mikhailov, Lewis Francis, Michael Eder, Blake Nash, the American. Karas, that's Sean ahead of Guy Elbag. William Pasha from South Africa. Kantan, Thomas Kansei, Kolovas, Rocchio, Volda, Dominic Šimek, Ortoloni, Panetta, Kuklane, Manolis, Bernaldi, Austin Lee, Boluet, Jensen Graham, and Mark Brovko for Ward Racing on the final row of the grid. We don't race, another formation lap. Scott knows he's got the speed. Look at the confidence. Does not really need to warm the Lacon tyres. They're already up to temperature on a warm afternoon here in the north of Italy. It is summertime here in the northern hemisphere, thankfully, finally. Scott from Sweden for the British team. Fusion Motorsport on grid 1. .36 karts on this 1.3 kilometre Franciacorta circuit. Round 1, the WSK Euro Series. Scott Lindblom for Fusion Motorsport on pole position. We race. Perfect start from Andy Consani. Tries to take the opportunity to go down into turn 1, into the lead, but Scott closes the door. Lindblom, P1, it's the Swede in the lead. Consani into second place. Zach Drummond from the notoriously difficult outside front row of the grid. Good start from Zach. He's in third place. The Swede, the Frenchman, and then the Glaswegian. Scott already pulling away 2 kart lengths. Zach's going to attack here. Andy Consani tries to put him into the marbles. That may be costly for both of them. Zach around the outside. Scott's disappearing already after 1 lap. Consani, look at the frustration from Drummond. He fires it down the inside. Zach on the attack. There was no way on earth that Consani was going to stop the Scotsman there. Frustration already from Zach Drummond. That cost both of them. Andy Consani trying to defend from second place. He's already lost 2 kart lengths to Drummond. Scott Lindblom, he's 0.7 of a second clear. They need to catch the Swede, who's got the lead on this lap 2 of 20. Down the back straight. Drummond going in deep. There in the background, David Kosman Christopher going by Ian Eichmans. Dupé just behind, then Ludovico Bosso. Also for the Birolard Racing team. The gap 0.6 of a second. Identical times last time for Lindblom and Drummond. Consani, that's Kai Rilliarts in P4. The first of the Belgians, the second of the Saudi karts. He's ahead of Silkuna, Salim Hanna, Louis Werrell, and then the Oakman ahead of DCC and Andrea Dupé for the Prema Racing team in P10. Drummond knows that if Scott disappears, they won't catch him. Using every piece of the racetrack and then some, going in deep under brakes. Sweden, Scotland, and La France. The first Belgian, Kai Rilliarts, across the line in P4. Marcus Schilkunis in the CRG Road Rebel chassis. Head of Louis Werrell, Salim Hanna, Eichmans, Kosman Christopher, Dupé, and Boussol. The gap stays at 0.6 of a second. There is still hope. Although as I speak, you see the graphic at the bottom of your screen. 47.363. It's only a couple of tenths of a second faster than Drummond with a 47.390 in the early stages of the OK final. Round 1, the WSK Euro Series here at Franciacorta. Fusion Motorsport have given their Swedish driver a rocket here this weekend. As you look at DCC defend, Dupé just behind, as is Ludovico Boussol. Alpak Soy, the Turk who won in the Supermaster Series last year in 2023, also driving for the Fusion Motorsport team in that battle as well, as is the American Blake Nash, Jean Carras, his brother Philippe Carras, Cantan, Roacchio, Luis Francis, Mikhailov, Gael Back, Cuclade, and Panetta from Argentina. Still stays at 0.6 of a second. Eichmann's closing up slightly behind Luis Werrell. There's Silcunes in the CRG. Lewis looks back to Ian. That's Salim Hanna, El Colombiano. As the field comes streaming across the line. 129 k's an hour for Vivek Cantan, Jean Carras as well. And a couple more than that because that's only across the line. They are kissing more than 130 as they go uphill into turn 2. The gap down to 0.4 of a second. There's hope for the Scotsman. Drummond is visibly catching Scott Lindblom, who is under some sort of pressure for the first time this week here at FRANCIACORTA. Kai Rilliards, 46.957. Only he and Zach Drummond are under the 47-second bracket. I speak too soon because Scott responds with a 46.838. The gap half a second. Down into turn 5. This is lap 7 of 20. Lindblom, the third generation racer. His father Jan Lindblom, Swedish touring car driver, Formula 3 driver 2 decades ago. Scott's grandfather, European motocross champion back in the 1980s. Scott carrying on this tradition. Started from pole position, Fusion Motorsport, who have won everything many times in British motorsport. I'll stand corrected on this, but this would be their first ever WSK race win, certainly championship race win. I will stand corrected on that though. Zach is trying to do something about that. The gap comes down to 0.4 of a second. Drummond responds, 46.692. A 1/10 of a second faster than Scott. Zach on the attack. Here comes the Glaswegian. Driving the wheels off the 216 Paralin. Lindblom as straight as you like. They both drop off. Andy Consani. There's Kai Rilliards, Silcunes, Luis Werrell, Ian Eichmann, Salim Hanna, and DCC. Silcunes, the Lithuanian in P5 in the CRG. Scott looks behind. That's the first time he's done that all weekend. He's had speed to burn. He responds with a 46.676 versus 6.9 for Zach. So only a few centimeters in at that time. Down into turn 5. The Paralin in second, powered by the TM. The Miami Card Republic Fusion Motorsport P1 rides the ripple strip, turns in. The KR hooks up on the rubber, which is being painted down on this 1.3 kilometre FRANCIACORTA circuit. As we approach half race distance, a purple sector from Lindblom. A purple sector in the second sector from Drummond. We start lap 10 of 20. The gap 0.45, 0.3. Zach on the attack. Here comes the Scotsman. Drummond is putting Lindblom under pressure for the first time all week here at FRANCIACORTA. Scott Lindblom, he won this corresponding race 12 months ago in OK Junior. Went on to finish third at this very circuit in the World Championships. Took pole position 48 hours ago with a time of 46.201. Has dominated the heat. One pre-final A, but Zach Drummond won pre-final B this morning. Down into the hotel hairpin, we move into the second half of the final. It is on here at FRANCIACORTA. Opens up the needle. Fuel flowing into the 1.125cc Miami engine at 16,000 RPM across the line at 129 k's an hour. .3, the gap stays the same. They've both dropped off, both the Saudi carts. Consani still third. Kai Rilliards, P4. Really arts at the moment. He's the top Belgian with almost 500,000 Instagram followers, wheeling him up onto the podium. Kai in 2:42. His French teammate, 2:43. It's Andy Consani. The gap, 0.2 of a second. The Swede in the lead, only just from the Scotsman. Down into turn 5. We have still got 8 laps to race. Perfect driving all weekend from Scott Lindblom. But Zach, he's driving above and beyond here this weekend. Here's Eichmann's going through. Head of Salim Hanna, Cosmo Christopher, Werrell, Dupé, Bussol, Jean Carras, Blake Nash, the American, triple 2 into 13th. Zach stares back to Andy. It's a long way back. It's 1.9 seconds, in fact. That gives him confidence. He knows he can attack without having someone do likewise to him. Scott Lindblom. This is turning into a nail-biter. Stand by, folks, wherever you are watching us live all around the world. Round 1, the WSK Euro Series. Scott Lindblom from Sweden for Fusion Motorsport has dominated all week. But Zach Drummond from Glasgow in Scotland has got the speed here in the OK final. 6 laps at the end of this one. He's close enough to attack. Here's Zach. Not this time. The Sodi Karts in the background. Consani and Kai Rilliards. Here's the French machines. Chilcounes in the CRG. That's Eichmann's going on through. GFR tune TM Power on the Burrell S15. The kart which won the Supermaster Series to start 2024. The 19th season of this WSK Promotion World Competition. Now Scott responds. A purple sector that time. Puts a 10th between himself and Drummond, who closes up in the second part of the lap as they come down the hill. Lap 14 of 20. We go into the final quarter of the race. Andy Consani, 2.3 seconds back. Scott looks behind again for only the second time this weekend. The gap, 0.288. 128 kilometres an hour across the line for Drummond. Just a click faster than Scott Lindblom. Scott's fast at the top of the hill. And Zach closes up as they go down the back of the track. Drummond, that's Consani, that's Kai Rilliards, Chilcounes, Eichmann's. Ahead of Salim Hanna, Cosmo Christopher, Andrea Dupé, and Ludovico Busso for the Burrell Art Racing Team. Lap 16 of 20. Out to 0.4 of a second. Scott Lindblom responds. Goes purple with a 46.543. Comes out of turn 5. We know he's quick at the top part of the circuit. Zach closed up to within 0.2 of a second. And Scott responds. He says, no, this race is mine, buddy. Throws it in through the double left-hander. Drummond, brilliant. But just lacking a couple of meters to catch up to the Swede, who's got the lead. The Sodi Karts, that's Chilcounes. Eichmann's from Salim Hanna, David Cosmo Christopher. Back to Dupé, Bussol, Carras, Werrell, Blake Nash, Cantan, Carras, Lewis Francis, Al-Baksoy. Gael Bag going through. Head of Rockio, Kuklane, back to the front. 0.4 of a second, a 46.526 last time. Another 10th. Scott superb. The attack from Zach, it has to come imminently. He's running out of time. Andy Consani still in third place. Drummond determined, goes in deep under brakes. And again, Scott looks behind. 3 laps to race. The OK final, round 1 of the WSK Euro Series. The Sodi Carts for the moment, they're on the podium. That's Eichmann's from Salim Hanna, Crossman Christopher, Dupe, Busso, Carras. Now Zach responds with a 46.5. It's down to 0.3 of a second. It is not over yet, folks. Oh boy, stand by. The Swede has the lead. Can he hold on? We've got 2.5 laps. This is where Drummond's quick as they race down the hill. Drummond's out! Zach is out! We have missed it! Zach is out! It's all over, folks! Zach has come to grief at the hairpin. Scott Lindblom with a lap and a half to go. That's the ball game. Game, set and match. Scott Lindblom will get the last lap board next time round. Drummond is out. Heartbreak for the Glaswegian. Scott Lindblom comes across the line. We wait for Andy Consani. He's 3 seconds back. Zach Drummond is out. Kyrie Liartz moves up onto the podium. Scott Lindblom, he will deserve this. He has dominated since the outset. Fusion Motorsport have given their driver from Sweden a rocket here this weekend. Pole position in qualifying. He's dominated the heats with 3 victories from 3 starts. A pre-final victory. He knows he's done it. Into the hairpin for the final time. He won this race last year in juniors. He accelerates. He takes the checkered flag. Scott Lindblom for Fusion Motorsport dominates round 1 of the WSK Euro Series. Indy Consani, Kyrie Liartz. The Sodi Carts on the podium in 2nd and 3rd. But you have to feel for Zach Drummond, who retired a lap and a half from the end. Scott Lindblom takes victory in round 1 of the WSK Euro Series. Scott Lindblom has dominated to win round 1 of the WSK Euro Series. Andy Consani leads home the Sodi Cart team. 2nd for the Frenchman, Kyrie Liartz. 375,000 genuine followers on Instagram celebrating around the world because the Belgian has made the podium in 3rd place. Silkunas 4, Eichmann's 5 from Salim Hanna. DCC, it's Cosmo Christopher from Andrea Dupe, Ludovico Busso and Jean Carras in 10th place. Scott Lindblom takes victory in round 1 of the WSK Euro Series. The podium presentation from FRANCIACORTA in just a moment. The drivers make their way up to the podium. A breathtaking final. Our hearts go out to Zach Drummond, who threw absolutely everything at Scott Lindblom here this afternoon, a DNF. But take nothing away from the Fusion Motorsport driver who takes victory here in the Euro Series. Round 1, the WSK Euro Series in OK from Belgium for the Soddy Kart Racing Team. In third place, Kai Williards. Deuxième place aussi pour l'équipe Soddy Kart de la France, Andy Consani. A dominant performance. He won this race last year in OKJ. He steps up to seniors and wins it for his new Fusion Motorsport team. From Sweden, the winner of round 1 of the WSK Euro Series. Let's hear it, Scott Lindblom. And representing the winning Fusion Motorsport team, Zach Krekala. We call on Signora Bruna Viapiano, Accessore alla Sport per Castrezzato, to present the third place trophy to Kai Williards. Deuxième place, Andy Consani. The winner of round 1 of the WSK Euro Series from Sweden. Let's hear it for the winner here at FRANCIACORTA. This is Scott Lindblom. And Zach Krekala representing the dominating Fusion Motorsport team. The national anthem of Sweden. Round 1, the WSK Euro Series. Third place from Belgium, Kai Williards. Second place from France, Andy Consani. And the winner here at FRANCIACORTA from Sweden, Scott Lindblom. What a fantastic week here at FRANCIACORTA. 245 drivers from 48 nations around the world for round 1 of the WSK Euro Series. We hope you've enjoyed the coverage. However, we are back right here in 7 days' time for round 3 of the 2024 Rotax Max Euro Trophy. And then after that, we continue racing in the Italian F4 Championship at Mugello. We're almost al Giro di Boa, the halfway mark of the 2024, the 19th season of WSK Promotion World Competition. We hope you've enjoyed the coverage. We'll see you back here in 7 days' time for the Rotax Max Euro Trophy. On behalf of everyone, WSK Promotion e tutti qui a FRANCIACORTA, alla settimana prossima.